All right, guys. Welcome back to the channel. I see somebody say these intros are getting a little bit intense. They are. I'll be honest. Like that's the first time I heard that song. I just listened to the first 20 seconds or so. I'm like, oh yeah, that sounds pretty sick. And then it goes into the most insane guitar solo ever. But yeah, I don't know. Music's not for everybody. I get it. I get it. But I got to listen to stuff that's gonna get me pumped up. Stuff that's gonna bring the energy. So, um, all right. Welcome back to the channel, guys. Welcome back to the stream. Or welcome if you are new here. We do have a lot of new subscribers. So, if you're new here, I hope you end up enjoying this stream or the streams that we're going to be doing. Do I like Tool? Yes, I love Tool. They're one of my favorite bands. I would love to play music like that at the beginning of the streams if it was a possibility. But I don't know. Some music you can license out, but most of it you can't. So, saying your first stream in a while. Well, I'm glad you could be here. So, yeah, as you can see by the title of the stream, some gamers are worried about a Sony PlayStation monopoly in the video game industry in light of the recent rumors and the recent reports. And yeah. So we're not just going to be talking about that. We do have other topics to discuss. One of the topics is not necessarily related to gaming, but something that's making a lot of people very angry and upset, but it does pertain to Sony. Apparently, Sony is shutting down Funimation and basically just telling people, sorry, if you bought any digital content over there, you lost it. We're also going to be talking about single player games, specifically how the how the developer of Stellar Blade seems to be highlighting the importance of it. We're talking about a Microsoft employee inadvertently adding more fuel to the fire that is raging with the Xbox rumors. But we're also going to be talking about a PlayStation Studios developer who kind of spoke out against the notion of PlayStation and their studios getting complacent. So, yeah, we're going to talk about a bunch of stuff. There's also something else that is currently being reported, although I do think it is still in the rumor mill. I'm not sure if it's been officially confirmed yet or not, but apparently there's both Sony and Microsoft are cutting production of their consoles because they're not really doing as well over or they didn't do as well over the holiday season as we thought. So before we get into any of these topics, I first want to give a shout out to Rabid the Rabbit, who comes in and drops 5 membership gifts for us. 5 bomb from Rabid the Rabbit. I think this is maybe the first time you're dropping some membership gifts, man. But either way, I really appreciate that, bud. We also have, let me see, UK Gamer. Want to give him a shout out. He decided to re-up his membership to Greatness Awaits. So UK Gamer, thank you so much for that, man. Appreciate that direct support. We also have Jake Skew 27 coming in, dropping a membership gift as well. He's been doing that pretty much every stream, dropping at least one gift. So Jake Skew, thank you so much for that, my friend. And so, yeah, before we get into these topics and conversations and discussions, this will be a good opportunity for me to just let everybody know how you can support the channel directly. By the way, we are going to be talking about Helldivers 2. I should have mentioned, I mean, I have the game right here. So, yeah, we're going to be talking about that. But if you want to support my content directly, I am fan funded. I don't really do sponsorships or anything like that. I rely on you guys to fuel the channel, to fund the channel. And we have an amazing community here, very generous community. So 3 ways you can support directly. Become a channel member, gain access to some exclusive perks. One of the exclusive perks you gain access to is the Members Lounge. So we should be doing a Members Lounge today. So look forward to that. And you gain access to some other perks as well. If you're already a channel member, consider gifting some channel memberships. Really helps a lot, and it gets the community involved. It convinces a lot of people to stick around and remain members as well. And last but not least, please consider donating a super chat. Ask a question, give an opinion, make a statement, anything of that nature. It really helps tremendously. So thank you to everybody who supports the channel. Couldn't do it without you guys. I also want to just take a second to ask all of you guys. We have over 360 people here already to just do me a favor and hit that like button. It helps way more than you know, helps with YouTube's algorithm. We are seemingly gaining some traction here on the channel with some of the recent news. Again, we're gaining some new subscribers. So if you want to help continue to grow that and to help push the channel out there so we can grow the community, just hit that like button for me. And yeah, just a general shout out to everybody who watches. Want to give Devil Shooter a shout out as well for doing the timestamps for the streams. So if you're watching later on, make sure you utilize them. We have Nick Man saying, what do you think or wish Microsoft will announce next week? So I did basically write down my prediction on Twitter for like what I think Microsoft is going to announce next week. And it basically boils down to this. I think they are going to announce they're going full third party. I don't know that it'll be like an in-your-face announcement, like we are going full third party. But I think basically what they're going to do is announce that, yeah, a bunch of our games are coming to PlayStation and Switch. And they might not directly say like, hey, we are third party, but it's going to be like so heavily implied that it's just going to be one of these things where they just don't directly say it, but it's like obvious future games are also coming to PlayStation and Switch. I think they're going to go full third party. I think they're going to announce that they're continuing to make at least one other console. I think this is going to be a high-end console to make a profit off of. It's not, this is going to be a console that's just for the hardcore Xbox player. It's not to compete with PlayStation or Nintendo. And lastly, I do think that they're going to announce some games like Call of Duty will not be making their way day one to Game Pass. So that's my predictions. I could be totally wrong about that. I'm ready to be completely wrong. It seems at this point, anything is possible, you know? So regardless of what I'm predicting, who knows, man? Who knows? Actually, you know what? There is one thing I do want to talk to you guys about. I didn't mention it. There's this insider who is basically telling us what Microsoft is going to announce next week. And like I didn't recognize who this insider was, and I did a little bit of research. Turns out this guy is seemingly the real deal when it comes to Microsoft. He made himself known back all the way to the Xbox One. He was like the first person to leak out the DRM stuff that they were doing. So he goes way back. And apparently back in December, the same leaker was the only person out here aggressively stating that Microsoft is getting ready to go third party. They're making a big internal shift, specifically like with the back catalog, but also future games, Bethesda titles. They're getting more dev kits. Like he was out here saying all this stuff and everybody ignored him and was like, dude, who are you? You know, like who, you could just be making this up. He was totally correct. So it's like, okay, well, he's out here basically letting us know what Microsoft's going to announce next week. So I'll talk about that with you guys. Jake Skew, you're saying 9 months. Wow. Going to work now. Have a good stream. Here are 2 membership gifts. Well, Jake, I appreciate that, buddy. And I hope you have a good day at work, man. And thank you for being a member for 9 months. Let me see. We have Michael Lynch. Michael Lynch says, pretty silly to think that a PlayStation monopoly would make them fall apart. They know that gamers want the quality. Sony knows how to produce quality. Yeah, we're going to dive into that conversation because I underestimated like how quickly that would kind of be a conversation or a focal point of the discussion. I obviously always expected that if Microsoft was going to make some kind of major announcement like they're getting ready to make, that it would be brought up. But I've been seeing, and I don't know, maybe more people are like pushing in this direction because they're annoyed and unhappy. I mean, guys, allow me just a moment here to vent, if you will. It is truly, truly bizarre right now to witness how many people are telling me on the internet to either telling me directly to stop talking about Xbox and stop talking about Microsoft, or to to basically insinuating that like that's all I do, and that's insanity to me. That's insane to me because it's like, guys, like this is about PlayStation. You know what I mean? Like, it's like any other time you could say that, and it's like, okay, yeah. This is the one time. Like, this is the one time where it's like, this is literally about PlayStation, about Microsoft embracing PlayStation. So it's like, I'm like perplexed by the amount of people I see like saying this or insinuating. It's like, okay, maybe if you think it's too much, that's fine. But to just make it seem like there isn't a really good reason right now to be absolutely locked in on this, I think that's insane. Like, it almost makes me question, like, do people expect me to just like not talk about it and ignore it? Like, even though we're talking about games that are going to possibly be coming to PlayStation, it's so weird to me, man. But maybe not surprising. I'll be honest. Like, I've been seeing people are very upset right now, man. Let me tell you. Like, I'm just kind of doing my thing on Twitter, on YouTube, and there are people out there that they absolutely are praying that I like don't really cover this that much or don't talk about it that much. And I get that, but it's like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Yeah, it's like the Xbox toxic fanboys. So, Michael, yeah, it's if this one PlayStation Studios developer is anything to go by, I think we have a pretty good idea of what to expect. But we have Exley coming in. Exley Trismegistus with a $10 super chat saying, I accidentally ordered the PC version of Helldivers 2. Here's the code if anyone wants it. Oh, damn. I feel like somebody may have already gotten that because I'm a little bit late to reading this, but apparently Exley just dropped a code for a PC version of Helldivers 2. I guess if you're somebody who got the code, if you ended up getting it, let us know. But damn, actually, I don't know how I accidentally bought the PC version. Yeah, I got the PS5 version. It's apparently doing well on PC. It's doing well on Steam, doing pretty good numbers. So actually, thank you for that, man. Thank you for handing that out to the community. Definitely didn't have to do that. We have Kane Z7. Thank you for the super chat, buddy. You're saying, hi, MBG in chat. Have you guys considered that this might be a marketing ploy to make the world basically talk about Microsoft? And then next week, they announce that everything will remain as it is and nothing is changing. I mean, it's definitely a thought that I think has occurred in some people's minds because it's natural that when something this extreme or this kind of abrupt, I think that's like kind of the big thing is it's just out of nowhere, or at least it feels like it overnight kind of. It's understandable that some people would think that it would go that way, but here's what I would recommend to anybody who thinks that. While I'm not saying there's zero chance of that happening, I'm going to say it's 99% likely it's not going to happen because we're talking about big business here. We're talking about the most, the most valuable company in the world. Like they're not trying to play mind games. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like they're not trying to do that. They're trying to make money. And the most important thing is that, and I've tried to talk about this in the last stream where we discussed this. The most important thing to keep in mind, it's at the heart of this conversation, like, anything surrounding Microsoft right now, is that what is being rumored right now is very likely getting shareholders excited. It's making them feel good. It's making them feel like, oh, finally, Microsoft's going to do what's necessary to make this Xbox brand profitable and really rake in the money and get that return on investment. This is why I tried to tell people that there's a reason Phil Spencer didn't deny anything. There's a reason why no one from Microsoft is denying any of this. Because most of it, or at least a good chunk of it, is true. When when something like this comes out, like rumors kind of pour out in this way that are seriously hurting your fan base and your image, and even the silence surrounding these rumors is hurting them, you don't just come out and be like, never mind. Not in this instance. Not in this instance, because again, man, like you're talking about Microsoft bending the knee for a vocal group of fans on Twitter. Like, I don't think any of the executives at Microsoft are sitting there thinking, all right, if we make this decision, it's going to make us a lot of money. It's going to make us way more money. It's actually going to give us a good return on investment. I don't think anybody in that board at Microsoft is sitting there and saying, but hold on, what are people on Twitter saying? What are the replies underneath Sarah Bond or Phil Spencer's tweet? What are they saying? I hate to have to put it that way because it just reveals how little it really matters and how cold it is, but that's the reality, man. Like, these are business executives making business decisions. They do not care about the crybabies online that are like, please, God, no, don't do this. You know, especially the ones who are like, this is going to ruin your brand. Like, dude, no, this is the opposite. Microsoft is making this decision to possibly save the brand, if not save the brand, justify the investment they made into it. You know, it's not about the Xbox fan anymore. That's the reality check that people woke up to, man, that they kind of just don't want to, some of them still can't accept, is that they just don't care about the fan in that way because they can't anymore. They tried, and it just, business-wise, it wasn't working out. So, to be clear, do I think some of the reports and rumors could be untrue? Yeah, of course. Do I think that Microsoft, to some extent, maybe their marketing team, could have informed the executives like, hey, here's how serious the backlash is. So maybe if you want to tweak a few minor things here and there where it makes sense to do so, yeah, sure. And that could be what they're doing. And yeah, I saw that too. Apparently, more layoffs at Microsoft. They laid off like more than 80 developers at Toys for Bob. Their offices are closing, so the employees that are left are gonna be working from home, which is, I mean, at that point, you really got to wonder, like, what exactly are they going to be producing if they lost a good chunk? Like, I mean, I don't know how big that team is, but losing 86 people sounds pretty serious. Sledgehammer Games, I think, suffered like 70 more layoffs or something. So it's unfortunate, man. It sucks to see that, that it has to kind of go down this way. But we also have Game Over Cholo saying a friend from high school went full X-bot saying all the leaks are fake, assuring Phil would shadow drop Gear 6. All right. Yeah, that shadow dropping Gear 6, okay, next week, and he is not blinking. I think deep down he knows. Like, he has to, because like that's so ridiculous. It's like, I almost wonder if he's trying to troll you, Game Over Cholo, because it's like, dude, Gear 6 shadow drop? Nah, man. Like, it's one thing to say it's fake and you're not going to believe it. It's another thing to assume that instead you're going to get a brand new AAA Xbox game shadow dropped. It's like it actually happens. That's exactly what happens. Phil's like, never mind, guys, we're shadow dropping Gear 6 exclusively on Xbox. And then the whole conversation, no. I understand why people are in denial, man, and it's sad the more I see, because it's just like, the reality is Microsoft tried, dude. Like, Microsoft tried to drop the Series X down to like $350. They dropped the Series S console down to like $120, and people still were not buying them. I tried to point this out. People would get so upset at me over and over again, where you guys, I'm sure you remember, where I tried to show you the data, talk about the data, and it wasn't to brag. Well, I mean, it's not necessarily a brag about how the PS5 is doing, but hey, the PS5 is doing good, really good. But then when you look at the Xbox data, it's like, oh my God. Like, I tried to tell people, like, this is dire. I said that. And I got so much shit for saying that. I said over and over again, if you look at the data when it comes to the Xbox console and how it's performing, it's legitimately dire at this point where they're going to have to take drastic measures, you know? Something else I also pointed out is there was seemingly so much excitement around the Activision Blizzard situation, with the acquisition, and people really hold the line, it's going to be great for gamers and all that stuff. And it's like, you would think that something with that amount of discussion and excitement behind it would produce more console sales. And it didn't. It didn't do anything. It didn't move the needle a centimeter, it seems. Like, it just, nothing Microsoft, like, that's the biggest thing that I think Xbox fans need to come to terms with, is the sad reality is that Microsoft did this and they did that and they did that and they did this, and none of it mattered. None of it. So you can't blame them for basically saying, like, we gotta do what's necessary now. I think there's people that are thinking that this is out of sheer greed. Don't get me wrong. I think it is fascinating that a multi-trillion-dollar company valued at trillions of dollars. But again, that's the business world, dude. Like, they're not. I try to tell people, like, they're not going to just sit here and do everything on their dime. They're not just going to continue to give you the best deal and try to focus on that and just bleed money. Just bleed it over and over and over again. Eventually, it's like they're beholden to the stakeholders, and they gotta change stuff. They gotta make it profitable. They gotta get a return on their investment. It's just no avoiding that. And I just think that if more Xbox fans, like the ones that are really feeling like low right now or distraught, like, go into next week's announcement, whatever they announce, with that in mind, and you'll probably feel a lot, if not feel better about it, at least you'll have a good understanding, and that understanding, I think, can maybe help you feel better about it. I don't know. It's wild out here, man. Disco Cobra 2013 with a $20 super chat. My friend, thank you so much. You're saying, what's up, MBG? I see physical copy of Helldivers 2. Had a chance to dive in yet. I'm not sure yet, but it's probably good. Xbox rumors going crazy out there, man. Possible Switch-like console for 2026. I might have said that before. Yeah, I saw that too, and I'm so fascinated to find out. Yeah, this is my empathetic arc. Well, I'm going to talk to you guys about this. I am, because things, believe it or not, listen, there's a rumor or a report, which I guess I'm trying to figure out if it's confirmed or not, but there's a report regarding the PlayStation 5 console that is very concerning to me about, like, we might need to pay attention to what's going on with the bigger picture here. Not to doom and gloom or fear. It's not a matter of fear mongering. It's just a matter of trying to understand, like, okay, what, like, are things shifting even for Sony potentially? We'll talk about that in just a moment. But yeah, so Disco Cobra, I'll let you know. Well, all right. Let me tell you what that report was first, and then I'll talk about Helldivers. I'm going to be a little bit all over the place because of the nature of the super chats. So just try to, bear with me here. The report that I'm talking about is apparently, according to sources from the actual manufacturers, like the manufacturing companies that are producing these consoles, Sony is cutting their production down by 50%, and Microsoft is actually ceasing production of the Xbox Series consoles for Q1 of 2024. And the reasoning for this, apparently, is because the sales of the consoles were not nearly as good as they anticipated they would be over the holiday season. Now, obviously, when it comes to Microsoft and Xbox, to me, that's not surprising. You're saying that was a false leak. Are you sure about this? I would actually be feeling pretty good if it was a false leak. Could you tell me where you discovered that was confirmed to be a false leak? Because I've seen people circulating it, but I haven't seen anybody say it's not true or like debunk it. You're saying false. Sony just said they had a great holiday season. You guys are thinking it's false because the PlayStation 5 is doing great. Well, we're going to find out, I think. I don't think Sony revealed their financials yet for Q4. I hope that report's not true, though, because if it is, then it just means that, man, people are not buying consoles at the rate at which Sony or Microsoft thought. Yeah. Well, that's the report that apparently is circulating. I have yet to find out if it's true or not. I'm assuming if it starts to make the rounds, you know, somebody's going to come out and debunk it. So we'll know for sure with Sony's financials. Like Sony hyped up their investors, by basically saying like we're going to have like an amazing holiday season. You're saying if the PS5 is underperforming, how's it ahead of PS4? See, that's the thing. I don't think it's a matter of underperforming. I think if the report's true, I think it's a matter of Sony being too bullish. Like, Sony may have thought, oh, we're going to be like 35% ahead of the PS4 or 40% ahead of the PS4 this holiday season, comparatively. But in reality, it's like, okay, no, you're maybe like 10% ahead. So if they ordered like all of these consoles to be manufactured because they thought we're going to hit this number and then they didn't, it's like, okay, well, we have a lot of consoles to sell now through Q1. But I don't know. Who is the source? Let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm beginning to think this might be a false report too, because I'm having trouble even finding it now. Hold on. I know somebody who posted it. Helldivers 2. Hold on. VGC Helldivers 2 has been released to mixed reviews on Steam, with some players citing crashes, issues with anti-cheat DRM, and a pay-to-win battle pass. A pay-to-win battle. Does this game even have a battle pass? Hold on. I played Helldivers 2 and I wasn't aware there was a battle pass. Oh, man. Let me see if I can find this report real quick, though. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Yeah, so now I'm really questioning it because I came across it on Zubitech's Twitter, but now there's no link. All right, you know what? I'll put that on the back burner then. I'm going to put that on the back burner because now it's really starting to look like, because I saw other people saying that like, oh, Microsoft's going to stop producing the Xbox console or something, and I'm like, All right. Like that's when I really started to think like these rumors might really be starting to get out of hand now. Where it's like, guys, I don't think that's gonna happen. That would be insanity. Anti cheat on a PVE game. Anti cheat on a PVE game, bro. We have Chris B coming in, keeping the membership train going today. Chris B drops a membership gift. Chris, thank you so much, my friend. Thank you for keeping the membership train going. He brings us up to 8 members on the day. Let me actually add this. I just realized I didn't add anything to the counter. So we're at 8 members, guys. See if we can keep that going. All right, yeah, so we'll just forget about that for now because all of us, I'm seeing Irfan, you're saying you can't find it anywhere, no source. All right, we're just going to forget about that then. If there's any truth to it, I'm sure we'll get some kind of source coming out and whatnot. So Disco Cobra, I will say really quick, let's just talk about Helldivers 2. Couple of thoughts. I played about 3 rounds solo, which there seems to be something wrong with the servers because I was trying to like play with people and it just kept not allowing me to do so. So I'm thinking they might be having some server issues. So I just played like 3 rounds solo and it's kind of difficult. I got to be honest. It's like a little bit more difficult than I was anticipating. Probably because I'm playing solo, but the launch seems to be a little bit bumpy right now because I had 1 crash and I had 2 crashes and 1 disconnection. And I've only put maybe about like 2 hours or less into it. So it tells me that there's something going on with the game. You're saying disable crossplay. Yeah, maybe that would solve at least part of the problem. But here's the thing though. Like I was able to play some matches and I'm liking it so far. It feels really difficult for me to to speak about it too much because I really need to get more time into it. Like I feel like I basically suck at the game because I'm just trying to get used to the feel of it and the mechanics. I really like the tone of the game though, where it's pretty silly and the whole like forced democracy and whatnot. It's pretty funny. I really like the way that they present the story. Not that there's like cutscenes or anything, but I'm gonna have to do some rounds with some other people or with some friends first and really get a feel for how this game feels to play with others because I can tell you right now, like this game is not meant to be played solo. Like it's just not. I was struggling so much. Like I was struggling so much to a point where it practically became unfun. Where it's like I can't do this alone, and I need to wait until I can actually properly get some proper rounds in with some squad mates. But the mechanics themselves, the shooting feels good. It's more fluid than I expected, which is nice. I was a little bit worried that it was going to feel really stiff. Like you feel heavy. I don't know if stiff would be the right word to use. You feel heavy, like you definitely are not a super soldier. You're definitely vulnerable, and the thing that I'm realizing with the gameplay is it does require a lot of strategy. Like you cannot just run and gun and take on all these different enemies and take on these missions. You definitely really need to go in prepared. You need to have some type of strategy. You need to have some kind of backup plan if things go wrong. Had any bugs? No bugs. Just unless you count the crashing. The game crashed twice on me. That could be a bug, maybe. But I gotta say this: we need a PS5 Pro. We really need a PS5 Pro because I was playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth demo. I completed it. Was awesome, but I had to play it in the 30 FPS mode because the 60 FPS was great in terms of fluidity, but like the visual hit it had to take is like, okay, this is getting to a point where like we definitely need a PS5 Pro because I'm playing Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 does have a fidelity and performance mode, and I just wanted to test out to see how good the game looked in the fidelity mode, and it looked really good. And then the performance mode, it's not that it looks like bad, but it's just suffering. More games I'm noticing are just suffering from that problem where it doesn't look bad. I want to make that clear. It doesn't look bad. I'm being a bit nitpicky. It still looks good. It still looks solid, but the crispness and just the hit that the resolution has to take, to me, is very noticeable, more noticeable than it has been in the past. And so I really am starting to feel like when I want to play at 60 FPS now on the PS5 in the performance mode, I am starting to really have to make that decision. Like, okay, but just so you know, you're gonna have to really sacrifice the overall visual quality here and the crispness of it, and just how clean it looks. And so I'm very much ready for a PS5 Pro to come out and be like, hey, you don't have to worry about that anymore. You can get both or very close to it, certainly much closer. So yeah, it's not that, again, it's not that the games look bad. It's just as we're kind of moving into as we're moving into the territory of like PS5 only games now, like more so, less cross gen. It does seem like the devs are seemingly struggling with visual quality with 60 FPS and trying to, do more with these games. So, don't have a whole lot to say about Helldivers 2 right now, just for the simple fact that I have not played it that much. I probably put about an hour and a half, 2 hours into it, and I will say this: there's a huge amount of potential here. Like I can already get a feel for the gameplay loop, and I can see what they're going for here, and I could see how this game can become very addicting, and yeah. So I'm gonna update you guys. If I'm up to it, if I'm able to, although I might have to hold off on it now because there might be some server issues. I would like to stream some gameplay for you guys, but I put out a post earlier asking you guys to give out your friend codes, but then I realized that apparently the friend code changes every time, or like frequently or something like that. So I was like, okay, this could get kind of confusing. But yeah, it's so far what I've played is solid. I just hope that they're able to kind of sort out some of the issues they're having. I see, like, I don't know, that VGC article complaining about the battle pass. Like, I didn't know there was a battle pass, which is weird because, like, is there a battle? Like, I didn't see anything about a battle pass. Is Helldivers 2 playable offline? I don't think so. I do not think so. Like, again, to me, it's very clear that this is like an online multiplayer game. All right, let me see here. So, Disco Cobra, appreciate that. We have Cobb Sanity coming in saying, for the Activision deal, people forget the trial was only to block the merger. The second part of the trial is still ongoing. I saw that the FTC filed a complaint in a federal appeals court Wednesday. Yeah, I saw that too. It's pretty clear that it's pretty clear that the FTC is still going to try to unwind the Activision deal from Microsoft, which it's not totally unprecedented. Like they could, and I won't lie. With the way things are going down right now, it's like I don't know if they're. I don't know. I don't know if maybe part of the reason why they're about to go third party is to prevent the FTC from being able to undo this thing, and unwind it. Um, but I did see that, man. The FTC still is not. They're not stopping. They really want to, even after the fact, just undo this thing, man. So we're gonna see. We're gonna find out very soon, man. We're gonna find out very soon. Yeah, all the layoffs that Microsoft just had definitely are not going to help them. Rabid the Rabbit says, was genuinely concerned about the monopoly and lack of competition until you reminded us of the lack of competition through Xbox One not having an impact on PlayStation innovation. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I am surprised the amount of people that get very upset with me when I just try to point out that, like, look, I'm not saying Sony couldn't become complacent and couldn't get bad, right? They couldn't become the villain here. They absolutely can, and they could. That's all. Like, that's definitely a possibility, depending on what happens with Microsoft. But I'm just kind of surprised at how much people continue to make it seem like Sony hasn't already been behaving as if they don't have competition. Like, they already have. And I understand that some people feel like Sony has been getting a little bit more greedy and they've been making some bad decisions. Boss, we're not starting this already. Okay, you can stay over there. That's fine. I know people really think that that Sony is like all, like, they're getting ready to just do the craziest stuff, and it's like, well, look, man, I'm not saying that if Microsoft exits the console space, which, to be clear, I don't think they are. I'm not saying that, you know, that it wouldn't lead Sony down a road of just being like, well, maybe we can get away with a little bit more. And I'm not saying that it doesn't, like, of course it means there's one less console if that happens. Absolutely. But I really just think that people are giving Microsoft way, way, way too much credit by making it seem like, we were seeing like a neck and neck race between Sony and Microsoft in the console space, when in reality, boss, all right, hold on, guys. You can't do that. I'm sorry. I normally don't mind Boss being up here, but he's just doing this thing anymore where he's aggressively biting my microphone and my microphone stand. And it's just like, you can't be doing that, bro. I'm sorry. But I'm just, it's just very strange to me to see that people are making it sound like, man, Xbox was really, really giving it to Sony the past couple of generations. Right? And it's like, you sure? Now, of course, this is different. This is different from, boss, I love you, man, but you're really making it difficult for me to get my points across. You are. You're making it difficult. He just looks in the camera. Yeah, I don't care, bro. Boss has toxic masculinity. It's cool. I don't mind him chilling up here with me. I just don't want him biting stuff. All right, go ahead. You lick the curtain. Or you do what you do over there. I just think it's insane, dude. Like, I think it's insane that people are like, oh, man, Microsoft, what are we going to do if they leave the console space? Like, what? Sony's going to they're going to destroy us. They're going to just try to ruin everything. And it's like, okay, I guess. What is that shirt? It's my new favorite shirt. I mean, look, here's the question. Here's the question we have to ask. If Microsoft were to stop making consoles and we go into the PlayStation 6 generation, what changes with the PlayStation 6? How does Sony's approach to the PlayStation 6 change? Do they say, you know what? Cut the costs. Make it less innovative. Make it less powerful. Make it less interesting. Maybe. But my question to you is, based off of what we're seeing right now with Xbox console sales, what's what is there right now to make Sony go, man, we really need to make sure we don't get complacent with the PlayStation 6. There's nothing there right now saying that. There's nothing there right now saying that. Like, if anything, it's just like, yeah, dude, the PS5 is destroying the Xbox consoles. You don't really have to worry about Nintendo because they're getting ready to launch another handheld hybrid. Hold on. Boss is becoming a menace. The price. I mean, let me ask you this. If Microsoft decides they're going to make a really expensive console, boss, you are driving me nuts, dude. If they're making a really expensive console next gen, right? Like a $700 console for the enthusiast, wouldn't that be the opposite? Wouldn't that entice Sony to make an expensive console as well? You can't chew my mic. What has gotten into you, boss? Go. I'm going to have to escort you out. All right. Give me a second, guys. You got to go. You got to go. Come on. Come on. Oh, my God. I'm sorry. I want to keep him in here. He's getting, look, I'll bring him back later. He's getting out of hand, dude. I'm sorry. He just almost knocked down my lamp. I had to get rid of him for now. He's just got to calm down. That's all. I think Boss is a closet Xbox fan. I think that's what it is. He hears all the stuff that's going on. You're saying he just wants attention, but trust me when I tell you, it's not. When Boss wants attention, he jumps up onto my lap. He doesn't want attention. He wants his drugs, bro. That's what he wants. I have different snacks now for him, although I forgot to bring them in here. But I had to get different snacks because I can't give him the snacks with the catnip. I think he legitimately gets addicted to it. He starts acting erratic when he doesn't get it. Boss is an X-bot confirmed. He's very upset. I'll bring him back a little bit later. All right, when he chills out a little bit. Leia was just standing outside the door like, what's going on in there? All right. Let me get back on track to what I was saying. If Microsoft were to make another console next generation and they're like, look, we don't want to lose money on this, so we're just going to make it really expensive and really premium, really high end. And the rumor is that's what they're going to do. Just so you know, that's the rumor, that Microsoft's next console is going to be expensive and high end. If that's what they choose to do, like, you know, I try to tell people, like, it's about volume, man. We've seen what Sony does with a product that they're afraid isn't going to sell that well. Look at PlayStation VR 2. So many people have said, like, Sony should cut the price of PSVR 2. If they want to sell more units, they have to make it cheaper. They have to sell it at a loss. And Sony's like, no, we're not. We're just going to sell it at a price that's going to ensure that every unit we sell, we make a profit off of. Because we're pretty convinced it's not going to sell, you know, numbers. It's not going to do volume. Sony doesn't feel that way about the console. I think people just need to realize that. Like, Sony's intention with their console, even if there is no Xbox, is to sell as many as possible. Will they try to still make a little bit of a profit off of it? Yeah, of course. But I just don't know why people jump to the conclusion that Sony's just going to try to kill their own. Could they? Of course. But it's not going to happen. It just doesn't make any sense. Besides, people need to realize that there's still a looming threat beyond Microsoft. Not only is there Nintendo, by the way, I mean, people are acting like Nintendo doesn't exist, which is weird. I've seen a lot of that this past week where it's like Nintendo just doesn't exist, apparently. They don't make consoles anymore. I'm not saying that they're the biggest competition to Sony, but they're still a competitor. You know, they're just still literally a competitor in the console space fighting for market share. So we can't ignore that. But the looming threat beyond Microsoft is another competitor could emerge. You know, if Sony really were to just say, fuck it, let's go crazy, guess what? You're opening the door for somebody else like Apple or whoever else to just come in and be like, let's make a console and let's just make something cheaper that people will buy. And boom. We have Hellbound 1981. The legend coming in, dropping 5 more membership gifts unto this community. Hellbound, thank you so much, my friend. Thank you for keeping the membership train rolling today. Let's get some W's flowing in the chat for our good friend Hellbound. He brings us up to 13 members on the day. Love to see it, man. Thank you guys for continually showing support for not only me, but the community as well. Good stuff. Good stuff, man. Yeah, okay, well, that's true. I'm not saying Apple would make a cheap console, but I'm just saying, like, somebody out there could see an opening. And if they decide to go for it, you know, it could hurt Sony. My whole thing is Sony's been down this road before, man, with the PS3. They know what can happen. Like, hey, you come off the PS2, you're untouchable. Look at that, 155 million PS2 sold. How many Xboxes sold? What, like 20 million? Untouchable. You could do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Sony did. They said, we're going to make the most crazy powerful console in the world with the PS3, right? We're going to be super arrogant about it. We're going to tell you you're going to want to go get 2 jobs just to buy this thing. We're going to price it at $600 like maniacs. We're so, like, you know, and it all backfired, man. They literally handed at least the beginning of the generation to their competitor, who at the time looked like a joke. So this is why I'm saying it would be, like, you'd have to be, frankly, a dumbass at Sony. You have to be a dumbass to, you know, regardless, like, if Microsoft does slowly get out of this space in a competitive way, and they just become more of a publisher, you'd have to be stupid to just say, well, we can do what we want now. There's no threat. Like, no, somebody will get you, man. Even if it's Nintendo. Now, beyond, if Nintendo wasn't going to be there with a new console, that would be concerning. Besides, I think people are also failing to realize that we're already getting that high-end. Here, let me tell you this. Sony's going to launch a PS5 Pro this year, okay? And they're not going to have competition. How much do you think that Pro is going to be? How much do you think the PS5 Pro is going to be? We have Matt Fu coming in. Dropping a 10 bomb on us. Matt Fu going crazy with some membership gifting here. Guys, let's get some W's flowing in the chat for our good friend Matt Fu. Matt, I appreciate all of the membership gifts you've been giving out, man. It really means a lot. It's always nice to see community members kind of doling out membership gifts consistently. They definitely care. They're definitely trying to get more people involved here. So good stuff, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
If you're new here, by the way, I don't know how many viewers are new. Make sure you click either Hellbound's icon at the top of the chat or Matt's icon, and you can opt in to receive a membership gift in the future. Seeing a lot of people saying 600. Yeah, dude, like, could it be more than 600? Yeah, but how much more? Like, are we talking about a $700 PS5 Pro? Here's what I'm trying to say. We're going to find out, guys, with the PS5 Pro. The PS5 Pro is specifically targeting the high-end console market. Right? And Sony's going to release a PS5 Pro with zero competition. They're not getting competition in the high-end console market from Nintendo, and they're not going to be getting competition in the high-end console market from Microsoft. It's just going to be Sony. So we're going to find out, what does that mean for Sony? Is Sony going to say, you know what? Bump it up to 700. Why? Because there's nobody else to challenge us, and we're targeting a very specific group of people that we know will pay for it. And you know what? To be quite frank with you, if Sony did come out with a $700 PS5 Pro, there would be people buying it. There would be. And I wouldn't judge them. It's just like, that's your choice. That's your money. But you're saying there's news on the PlayStation 6? Interesting timing. But I'm just saying, like, okay, I see this news you're talking about. We'll talk about this in a little bit. That sounds interesting. But again, man, it's like, Sony has to consider, like, look, if you price this console at $700, how many potential buyers are you losing out on? Because it's like abnormally expensive. Like, no one expects to pay $700 for a console. You're probably going to lose a lot. Sony knows that. I could be wrong. I'm just saying, pay close attention to the PS5 Pro, because we will see what Sony really is going to do with no competition. If the PS5 Pro is like ridiculously priced and it's like $700, $750, or even $650, then we know. Then we know at that point, like, okay, Sony, yeah, they're going to price gouge now. And that would suck. That would absolutely suck. And if Sony does do that, we can bitch all we want, but it's not going to change anything, unfortunately. Like, us bitching about Sony potentially price gouging isn't going to make Microsoft be like, we should try harder now. Like, no, dude. MBG, stop claiming Sony doesn't have competition without Microsoft. I'm not claiming that. I don't view it that way. I think Sony still absolutely does have competition if Microsoft is out of the console space. Dude, I've been trying to tell people the Switch 2 could be a major competitor to the PS5 and possibly the PlayStation 6. Because the Switch 2 is going to sell really well, very likely. It's going to do well, and a lot of developers, because it's more capable, are going to want to make their, put their games on it. And the more third-party support the Switch gets, the more competitive it becomes. There are two things we got to pay close attention to, guys. Well, obviously, next week's announcement from Microsoft, but beyond that, pay attention to how Sony handles the PS5 Pro pricing, and pay attention to just how much third-party support the Switch 2 gets. Because I had this kind of theory before that if the Switch 2 gets incredible third-party support, I mean, like, just everybody's bringing their games to the Switch 2, then that takes the place of Microsoft right there. You got two consoles with exclusive titles or, first-party titles as a reason to buy them with great third-party support. And it's, people are going to have to choose between one or the other or both. I'm not saying that the Nintendo Switch 2 will be the thing to stop Sony from making an $800 PS5 Pro necessarily, but it could be. It could be. I think it's weird how much people are underestimating the Switch 2. If anything, Nintendo's been more competitive towards Sony this entire time than Microsoft has been. I mean, think about it, man. Even think about the Japanese market. Nintendo is basically dominating Sony in their own home turf. I'm sure Sony does care. Hell, Sony is apparently now going to make a dedicated handheld again that's going to play PS4 games and some PS5 games. I'll tell you right now, I don't think that would exist or even be a thing that apparently Sony is considering making without the Switch. Listen, the reason why I don't give a shit if Microsoft goes away from consoles is because think about how they marketed their last two consoles. Power, teraflops. It was pathetic. It was absolutely pathetic. I'll never forget how in 2020, this insane obsession, which I admit I fell for, with the whole 13 T-flops bullshit. So I fell for the marketing. I fell into the trap. But looking back, hindsight 2020, looking back on it, I realized just how ridiculous it is. Where it's like Microsoft's trying to sell people on teraflops, something that just literally doesn't matter at all. And it got to a point where people were shitting on the PS5 because they were like, see, the PS5 is only 9 teraflops or 10 teraflops. It's 2 teraflops less than the Series X. And Mark Cerny, basically had to say,
It's dangerous to rely on teraflops
You know,
as
he
an
just
absolute indicator of performance.
he had to just let people know, like, this shit doesn't matter, dude. Like, it's just a ridiculous marketing term, basically. And this is where it's like, you got Mark Cerny out here doing an hour-long presentation for the PS5, talking about how he's really trying to innovate and change potentially the way developers can make games. Meanwhile, you got Microsoft out here being like, yo, we got 12 T-flops, most powerful console, buy that shit. Yeah, I'm not going to be upset to see Microsoft go. They suck at what they do. Like, I just don't know why so many people... It's good to see more people are waking up now and realizing that Microsoft sucks at what they do in the gaming space, but it's just really good now to see that, like, yeah, I'll listen, I'm not worried. Like, is that the competition I'm supposed to worry about? Holy shit, the fucking next gen Xbox is going to be 27 teraflops and Sony's is only going to be 24. Damn you, Sony. Like, is that the competition I'm supposed to be yearning for right now? Again, it just proves my point further that when you get one company who's coming out at the start of a next gen, here's a DualSense, right? Here's an SSD that we are hoping can change some aspects of game development. Here's an hour-long presentation from Mark Cerny. And then the other console manufacturers like, here's a 12 T-flop trash can looking thing. And Craig. Like, you fucking, like, I'm not even trying to hate on it. It's just like, what competition are people talking about? The Xbox console did not keep Sony in line. Microsoft did not keep Sony in line. They never have. I'll be honest, the only time Microsoft whipped Sony into shape was at the beginning of the PS3. But guess what? Even then, Sony probably didn't even need their help because they got fucking whipped into shape by the fucking community themselves. The community was pissed. The community was like, yo, Sony, fuck you. What are you doing? How come nobody talks about that, right? How come everybody just makes it sound like if Sony goes off a cliff and says, yo, we're going to go crazy. We're gonna price our consoles at $800, $1,000. We're gonna price gouge the shit out of you. Why does everybody just assume that everybody's gonna just accept that? I won't. If Sony comes out here with a fucking $800, $900, $1,000 console, I'm good, bro. I'm fucking good. I got my PS5. I'll stick with that. You don't want to make games for the PS5 anymore? Well, I have to contemplate real hard how much I actually care about the console space at that point, because that's crazy. Like, why? Like, at that point, I may as well just go to a PC. Potentially. I'm just saying, like, people are getting way out of hand with like focusing on Sony in this instance. You know? Trust me, I would love to see the same competition we saw with the 360 era. I would love to see that come back, but that's not coming back, dude. MBG got flashbacks. I did. You can see the PTSD. Like, you know, it's like, see my eyes widen. Because to be honest, it's easy to forget about stuff like that. But I don't... There's a reason. Listen, there's a reason why Sony wiped the floor with the Xbox Series X and S this generation. And it's not because they did the bare minimum. It's the opposite. It's that, and I get it. People, the whole thing is, but Sony could. It's like, oh, okay, so yeah, of course. The entire gaming industry could collapse next week or next year, for all we know. You know what I mean? Microsoft could still release another console. Microsoft could announce next week that they're still going to be competitive in the console space. Sony could be totally fine. You know, like, either way. But I'm basing my thoughts and my viewpoint on Sony going forward without heavy competition from Microsoft, or without any competition from Microsoft, on the past 2 generations, or past generation and a half. You know? That's what I'm basing my thoughts on right now, and my assumptions, my predictions. MBG Microsoft just did a contract with AMD. There will be more consoles. I'm pretty sure there will be. Yeah. Like I don't listen. I think Microsoft at the very least has one more console generation, but I think they're going to approach this like that console generation very differently. I think that Microsoft again, they're going to kind of view the next generation console they make as we're not trying to compete with Sony or Nintendo. We're not. Like we're not trying to sell more than you. We're not trying to compete with you in any way, shape, or form. We're just trying to give a product or make a product available to our hardcore fan base that we can extract the money from, that still want it. That's it. That's all it is. And I think that's exactly what it's going to be. I think it's exactly what it's going to be. And yeah, we'll see how much that matters. If anything, Microsoft might be hoping that they do. I don't say that they're hoping that they get less console sales, but it's like if they release one more console next generation and it's a total disaster flop, I mean like completely, like it's over before it even starts. They'll make it so easy. It'll make it so easy for them to say, okay, we're done now. See, like there's no reason, we're done. Anyway, I got a couple of other super chats. I'm sorry going on that tangent there. We got Ivan Noel, you're saying FTC is back on the charge against Microsoft. Yeah, we talked about that just a moment ago. You do have to wonder if the reason why Microsoft just, because I want to also say this too, something that a lot of people are pointing out is that Microsoft basically just like, it seems like they just overnight made a major change and decision. And you do have to wonder if what the FTC is trying to do here maybe scared them and like was like, okay, we got to like expedite this process and get a move on because they're starting to come after us and try to unwind this. It's a possibility. Certainly a possibility. PlayStation Pete, you're saying I got the platinum for Final Fantasy 16. Well, PlayStation Pete, congratulations, my friend. It's a good platinum to have. I got the platinum for Final Fantasy 16 as well. It's one that I'm pretty proud of. So I hope you enjoyed the experience. I really enjoyed FF16 a lot. Like a lot. Really good game. The good stuff, PlayStation Pete. Keep it going. Invader Brain, member for 8 months, saying, if Xbox goes pure third party, I'll make a new trophy hunting account. Well, there you go. And Invader Brain's making it clear he's going to try to hunt those Microsoft Platinums if it happens. Microsoft just responded to the FTC claim. Did they? What did they say? Let me guess. They said, that's not true. You're wrong. Something along those lines. And Kane27, I appreciate the super chat where he's saying boss is an Xbot. We got Machine XP saying if Sony never had competition with Xbox, why would they be paying for so many third-party exclusives? With peace and love. Well, yeah. No, I get what you're saying, man. And that is true. That's a good point. And that's worth pointing out where I will say this. I don't want to make it sound like, because maybe I have been making it sound this way, and I just want to clear this up. I'm not trying to say that if Microsoft were to completely leave the console market and go full third party, I'm not trying to say that that won't change anything, because that is not true. It will change things. I think everybody would know that. It would certainly change things for Sony. The idea of seeing Sony look around and be like, Microsoft's gone. Like, we did it. We killed them. It's over. You know? Yeah, I think you're right. I think that means less third-party exclusives. I think that means Sony being like, well, we don't have to pay for that anymore. We can save our money. I mean, I think Nintendo still does that from time to time, though. But it's not like things won't change. I guess I'm just trying to say that I just don't assume that that change is going to be like some kind of horrific, insane, greed-driven monopoly that's like, wow, PlayStation went from being pretty good to they're the absolute worst and everybody hates them. Like, I just don't see Sony going full villain mode. But again, man, like I don't know. I guess sometimes I just kind of think about, like, I just have to think, like, I know greed is at the heart of it, but at that point, truth be told, like, I would be, if Sony did go like villain mode, Sony's villain arc, because they're like, well, we killed Microsoft, we don't have to worry about that anymore. I would definitely start rooting for Nintendo. Like, clearly, like okay, we like Nintendo, you got to be the one now. I mean, yeah, like I said, man, a lot of people feel like Sony is already greedy. A lot of people already feel like Sony is already doing this type of stuff. And I'm like, well, I don't know, man. Like, people were bitching about the $200 DualSense Edge, and it's like, okay, people still bought it, like, and it's fine. Like, I don't see anybody complaining about it today. Like, I guess I'm just saying, like, all these things that people bitched about, so like, all these things that people bitched about with Sony, it's like, I always kind of got this feeling like, I think you guys are making it a bigger deal out of it than it really is. I always got that feeling, and I got a lot of backlash for that because people think I'm just being a bootlicker fanboy. It's like, no, like, I just, like, my whole thing is like, don't people just take a second to think that maybe some people are just okay with, paying premiums for stuff that they really want? That's all. People don't want to hear that. They don't. Like, they don't want to hear that because that's like, well, they should be trying to save me money. It's like, listen, I'm not encouraging a company to price gouge us. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, like, the market will decide, dude. That's all. That's all it is. The market's going to decide. Guess what? The DualSense Edge did have competition in the Xbox Elite wireless controller, which is good. That, I think that's an example of, I don't know if Sony would have still made something like the DualSense Edge without that being created. So there is that concern. But it's like, that didn't stop them from making it more expensive. That didn't stop people from feeling like, this feels like it may be lacking a feature or two for this price point. And, people are like, yeah, but I still want it. And so I'm going to buy it. I don't know. It's just, I've just seen so, maybe my viewpoint is distorted a little bit, but I've just seen so much backlash towards Sony this generation. People getting so outraged over like so many things, and it's just like, once it blows over and the dust settles, it's like no one cares. It's like a small vocal group of people. They come out of the woodwork for like a couple days, maybe a couple weeks at most. They get obnoxious on the internet, and then they just move on. And it's just like, I don't know what to tell you. They just think they're entitled to it. Well, this is why I always try to tell people, don't be afraid to buy your video games. Do you know one of the biggest problems that Microsoft is dealing with right now? One of the biggest problems that Microsoft is dealing with right now is they conditioned their audience and their consumers to not buy games. They condition their audience to say, I'll wait for it on Game Pass. And I always thought to myself, like, that's going to be your undoing. Because it's like, how is that going to work? Wait, where's the money coming from? And you see Sony and Nintendo not going anywhere near that shit. They're like, yeah, no thanks. Because they know, like, that, like, what is that going to result in? It's going to erode the entire point of what you're trying to do, which is make money on video games. I don't know. We have Machine XP saying, why would Sony pay for so many third-party exclusives? Sorry, I probably should have read this as well. You're saying, why would Sony pay for so many third-party exclusives if they felt like they had no competition with peace and love? I appreciate the with peace and love. Yeah, no, I think you're right, Machine XP. I would have to. I think it's pretty clear that Sony did this to keep games off of Xbox, to entice people to buy their console over Xbox, right? To buy the PlayStation over Xbox. And I think it worked. I think it continues to work. And I do agree that if and maybe that's not such a bad thing. I don't know. People always say they hate third-party exclusives. If third-party exclusives go away, maybe it'll go away in a manner that we weren't expecting. But I would have to question why Sony would continue to do that if they didn't have to compete against an Xbox console. I also want to say this, though. Here's another thing. Phil Spencer made it pretty clear back in like 2016 and 17. So a while ago. Last generation. He made it clear that, and I think he addressed this directly, where he's like, yeah, we're not doing that anymore. Like, we're not paying for third-party exclusives or second-party exclusives or anything. So, again, I'm not saying that, that there was no reason for Sony to continue to pay for third and second party exclusives, because there still was, and just the fact that the Xbox console existed. But it's worth noting that you would think that when Microsoft said that and then proved, and that's the important thing, Microsoft proved over the next like 5, 6, 7 years that, yeah, they weren't, like Phil Spencer wasn't lying. They're not really doing that anymore, at least hardly at all. To a degree that's just negligible. You would think Sony would have pumped the brakes, right? Sony would have said, okay, maybe we can cool it with the third-party exclusives. Maybe we can do less. And instead, they're like, no, we're doing more. So I think it just might be, there might be more to it than we realize behind the scenes with Sony and their reasoning for doing second and third-party exclusives. Just some speculation on my part. Perfect Image, you're saying Sony hasn't tapped into a different type of storytelling. That's why Switch is winning, because they play in different, they do different storytelling. That's why I have a PS5 and a Switch. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on how you view storytelling. But yeah, fundamentally, I would say what Sony and Nintendo are doing are the same, in that they're both making consoles and making games, but they do it very differently. The fundamentals are the same, but like the fundamental concept, but the way they execute it is just so different, so vastly different. And I think that's what leads some people to worry that maybe Nintendo isn't really competition to Sony. But at the same time, it's like, we have to keep in mind that, like, Sony, I don't think, is looking at a Switch owner and being like, oh, they'll definitely buy a PS5 as well. I don't think so. They could look at it that way, but I don't. I look at it as, no, like Sony, if Sony sees that people are buying Switches, they think they should be buying PS5s instead. And then if they want to get the Switch after that, you know what I mean? So I still think, no matter what, even though their games are so different from one another, and the appeal, I still think, like, I think that's why Team Asobi exists, dude. I think that's why Astrobot is to an extent a new mascot for PlayStation. The stuff still does exist to an extent, you know. Foam Stars is competing with Splatoon. Oh, dude, Foam Stars seems like a disaster, doesn't it? Switch is competition. Yeah, it still is, no matter what, at the end of the day. Saying you're pretty sure Sony sees the Switch as a complementary console than a full-blown competitor. Yeah, I don't want to say that Sony's looking at them like in an I don't think it's like passive competition. You know what I mean? I think that's the best way to put it. They're competing passively. Where like they're both like they both have to remain aware of one another and like kind of pay attention to what they're doing. But they kind of look over and be like, I don't think we have to worry about them right now. And they're, you know what I mean? And they're just kind of like, yeah, we'll just do our own thing. But they're not like fully turning their back on each other and ignoring each other. Jeff B. Gaming, you're saying MBG has switched to on par with the Series S would be powerful enough to draw third party to bring more games. They will be competitive. That's what I'm thinking. That's exactly what I'm thinking. I think the biggest reason the Switch is not necessarily a full blown or aggressive competitor to the PlayStation console is because of third party support. I think Sony gets to just kind of sit back and say, we don't have to worry about third party guys. Like, we're good. We know the Switch isn't getting most of this stuff. So, no worries. What does Sony do when they're like, oh, the Switch is going to get most of this stuff too? Okay. Well, at the very least, it's going to ensure the need that Sony's got to make sure their exclusive games, their first-party games, really stand out. So, thank you for that, Jeff B. Gaming. We have Kane Z7 saying, in the 90s, we had the Bits Wars. In the 2020s, we had the Teraflop Wars. War never changes. Absolutely, Kane. Absolutely. Unless it's Metal Gear Solid 4. War's changed. We have 18 May saying, if the rumors are true and Xbox makes a docking platform similar to Steam Deck and Switch, would Sony do the same? Or stick to a console primarily with stream capabilities like the PlayStation Portal? That's a great question. Damn, man, I don't know. All right, I'll say this. If it's true that Microsoft is planning on making like a handheld, here's my question with the rumors really quick. Are the rumors stating that the next gen Xbox is going to be a single model that's a hybrid like the Switch, or there's going to be two different models, as in a high-end Xbox you hook up to your TV and a like lower end, but it's basically like a portable? Because two different? Okay. In that case, I don't think Sony's that worried about it then. I think Sony will do the exact same thing, maybe a little bit later. But I think Sony will just do like here's the regular console, more powerful, more capable. Again, I mean, apparently that is what Sony's doing, right? Like the rumor is that they're using they're going to develop a handheld that is capable of playing PS4 and PS5 games. So I think that both of these companies are realizing that they need to go portable on top of having a home console. You need to. So 18 May, it's a good question. All will be revealed soon enough. All will be revealed. Kipford says, first time I heard the rumor, I wasn't surprised in the least. I've always hated Xbox and Game Pass. They tried to take the easy route by buying games instead of actually giving a crap and making good ones. F Xbox. Kipford coming in with his famous F Xbox. Yeah, the funniest thing to me is I've seen so many people be like, oh, now you want Xbox games, huh? Now you want them that they're going to be coming to PlayStation. It's like, dude, no, I don't. Like, I'm sorry, Microsoft. I don't give a fuck if you bring Starfield over here. I don't give a fuck if you bring Sea of Thieves. I don't care if you bring over Halo, Gears. Like, I'm good. If I wanted to play those games, I would already have done so or would be doing so. I'm good. You want to bring Hellblade 2? Okay, yeah, I'll play Hellblade 2. Yo, you want to bring State of Decay 3? Sounds good to me. Evil Within 3 eventually? Sure. Blade? Yeah, why not? There are some games, absolutely. There are absolutely some games that Microsoft is going to produce or is producing that I'm interested in. But the bulk of what Xbox does, I don't give a shit about because I just don't. Like, I've been there, I've tried it, and it's just like, this isn't for me. OD, yeah. OD2, yeah. So it's like, yeah, man, well, we're going to see. I think people need to just wake, some people, not all, because I think most people woke up and they need to realize, like, if Microsoft does what they're about to do, they're doing it because people aren't buying their games. People don't want their games. Like, I'm sorry. Like, that's exactly it, man. When you can't sell your games, when your games can't be appealing enough to bring people onto your subscription service or to your console, what are you gonna do? This is your only option. So I think it's a good idea. I think it's smart. I think it has a good chance of working, but I hear you, man. I never liked Game Pass either. I still don't like it. I'm just so tired of hearing people be like, saying, how did you used to be an Xbox fanboy, but you don't want Halo and PS5? So I'll be honest, man. Like, I don't think I was ever an actual Xbox fanboy. I guess it depends on what your view of a fanboy is. I was a huge fan of the 360 era. Halo was not a reason why, believe it or not. Like, I never went to Xbox because of Halo. It's actually other stuff. Like Gears, I kind of fell off of Gears. Like, I remember the earlier days with Gears, I really liked it, but then I kind of completely fell off going into the Xbox One generation. But my whole thing was I was never really an Xbox fanboy. Truth be told, like, I loved the 360, and maybe you could argue during the 360 time period, I was like, that's like the time I was mostly an Xbox fanboy, although I did still play PS3 for MGS4. That's about it. But it really was going into the Xbox One. I hate to say it, but like kind of became one of those people because that was the console that I chose to go with. I became one of those people that kind of got defensive about it and was like, yeah, like they're gonna, like, rooting for the underdog, like they're gonna turn it around. Like, you guys will see, right? That Xbox is still good. Like, they still know what they're doing, and I found out in a couple of years after buying the Xbox One that, like, no, they don't know what they're doing. And if anything, it was kind of the time that I, like, to be honest, it's like so regretful. It really, dude, it's so regretful because it's like I just sit here and I wonder, like, how different would things have been if I experienced all these games at the time that they were launching? And what if I did just say, you know what, I'm not going to support the Xbox One. I'm just going to go with the PS4, and just to know that that's where I was going to end up anyway. And it was kind of like the fact that I wasted that time supporting Microsoft, and people always wonder why, like, dude, how come you treat Microsoft the way you do, or like you just always seem like you hate them or have a problem with them? It's because I kind of do, man. It's because it's like, it has been so fucking annoying to just leave the 360 era. And all I ever wanted was to see them do that again. Like, compete in that way again. Make a console that desirable and that awesome and that appealing. Right? And they didn't do that. And instead, they started doing shit that was like antithetical to it. Like, yeah, we could do that, or we could just make Game Pass and we could focus on AA games, and we could not try to make games to compete with, say, something like The Last of Us. We could not do that, right? And we could just start buying publishers, and we could just start giving you games from these publishers that you were already going to get anyway, but we know the fanboys are going to prop them up like, hey, that's my game now. So I'm in agreement, Kipford. Fuck Xbox. Fuck them, dude. Like, I don't feel sorry for any of these Xbox fans right now that are crumbling, because it's like, you cheered this shit on, dude. You helped make that bed. Time to sleep in it. You fucking cheered this shit on. And I gotta tell you, do you know how weird it is? Do you know how fucking weird it is to be seeing people, like, people who have stuck around with Xbox for, like, a lot of people saying, like, it was since the beginning, since 2001 and whatever, or since the 360, where they sound exactly like I do, or like I did back in 2017 and 2018. Like, they're just now waking up and realizing that, oh shit, like, yeah, this is Microsoft. This is Xbox. You know what I mean? So as much as I want, it's not that I want to like dunk on these people and be like, ha, it's like, no, dude, I just wish that these people would have had this realization a lot earlier, because I almost get the feeling that half of them are going to just stick around anyway. And it's like, I'm not really sure. Okay. Like, if you stuck around this long, then you have to like what they're doing then, right? Microsoft has no vision. No, they don't. They never have. I'll be honest, even like when I look back at the 360 was the closest they got to like really being like, "Oh shit, okay. You guys are figuring this out now." And they just immediately let the success get into their head and just I saw somebody basically say that Nintendo wrecked Microsoft. Like, Nintendo ruined Microsoft. And I was like, "What? Nintendo?" And they were like explaining that it really comes down to the Wii. Like, the Wii and motion controls, which is what led to the creation of the Kinect and the obsession with the Kinect and all of the problems that came with that, and how it basically totally ruined Microsoft's chance of actually competing. And I'm like, that's actually quite interesting to think about. You do have to wonder like how differently things would have played out. Because the DRM stuff, I think Microsoft still would have got a lot of backlash for. But you do have to wonder, what if the Xbox One released and it was at $400, just like the PS4, with no camera required, and the worst backlash they got was the DRM, in which they said, okay, we're going to reverse that. You have to imagine, you remove the Kinect, the Xbox One would have been a much more viable competitor to the PS4. And so it's just like, well, yeah. I mean, you look at the obsession, Kinect TV, Kinect Skype, Kinect, do all these things that don't have anything to do with gaming. It really did come down to like, they wanted to appeal to everybody. And to be honest, like that, it's not that Microsoft doesn't have a vision. They do have a vision. It's just that their vision doesn't align with what is needed to compete in the gaming space, in the core gaming space, in the console gaming space. Microsoft's vision is, we want to be everywhere. We want everybody, like, why do you think with the Xbox One, people keep looking back and they're saying, man, this is because of what happened with the Xbox One. What we're seeing now, it was just a domino effect, right? What we're seeing now with Microsoft, this happened because of the Xbox One. It's like, yeah, if you trace it back, yeah. But think about why they decided to do everything they did with the Xbox One. Why were they so obsessed with TV? Why was their first presentation of this new Xbox One console about the all-in-one system at the center of your living room? Because they wanted to appeal to everyone. Not gamers, everyone. Certainly not the core gaming community that the Xbox 360 appealed to, that the PS4 appealed to. They wanted to, and it's the same problem. The truth is, like, they've had that vision since the Xbox One, and they've never let it go. Why do you think Game Pass got made? Game Pass is to save Xbox, but it's also to appeal to everybody. Oh, that's not working either. It's not appealing to everybody. The only things that Microsoft has that appeal to everybody are things they bought. Minecraft, now Call of Duty, The Elder Scrolls. They didn't make that shit. The only thing they did have that could have appealed to everybody was Halo, and they fucked that up. This is the reality of Microsoft, and this is why I just never quite understood how people for the past like 6, 7, 8 years could just say like, yeah, this is good. Like, okay. Is it good that they're buying Activision Blizzard? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good point. They didn't even make Halo. Halo was an Apple game. They bought that too. Christ. They bought that and ruined it. They bought Gears too. My God. It just gets worse when you dig deeper. I was like, yeah, go ahead. Cheer on the Activision Blizzard deal. Cheer it on. But don't be surprised with the end result, man. Don't be surprised when the end result is a completely creatively bankrupt company, a soul. Listen, I'm just gonna put it this way, and I know that some people are gonna think this is cringe or cliche, and some people might make fun of it, but it's fucking true. Like, if you care about gaming, it's fucking true, dude. That Microsoft as a company involved in gaming, they lack soul. They have no soul, dude. They have developers there that have soul, but those developers know that you're developing your games for a husk of a company, dude. And they don't give a shit about you or your game I mean, just look at what they just did to Activision Blizzard. They just fucking nuked Toys for Bob, bro. Like, they have no soul. They don't care. I'm not saying Sony as a corporation has a soul. You could argue that all these corporations are soulless. But I guess what I mean to say is there are enough people seemingly, certainly at Nintendo, and also seemingly potentially at PlayStation, that people that are kind of the middlemen, so to speak, the ones that like are out here trying to keep that flame, whatever you want to call it, the passion, that has to be nurtured. It cannot be turned into just some soulless cash cow. And anytime it gets close to doing it, like, look at the way people are talking about Naughty Dog and The Last of Us. People are like, you guys it's becoming a cash cow for you. Gotta do something else. Like, it's losing its soul because you're just trying to extract more and more and more and more money out of it. And it's clear that that's becoming all that matters. When in reality, I think it's just a matter of, they need to cover their ass because of the development nightmare that The Last of Us multiplayer game caused. But the point still stands, There needs to be some kind of fucking soul. And that passion and that soul needs to be nurtured, because that's what's going to make you the money. And when the greedy, soulless executives get their hands on that money and they're like, yeah, we don't give a shit about any of this, but hey, profits are up. Well, the only thing that they have to be aware of is that, okay, well, just understand why or where that came from. That's all. That's all. I don't know. Maybe I'm underestimating it, but Miguel, you're saying wasn't able to go online in Helldivers 2 today. I mean, I was able to get logged onto the servers to play, but yeah, I couldn't matchmake or anything. Where did I get this tea? I forget where I got it. I'd have to look. It was off some website. It was off some website. I need some dinners with Phil and some selfies. Ever see Paranormal Activity 4? They actually make use of an Xbox Kinect in it. Nice time capsule movie. LOL. No, I didn't see Paranormal. I didn't see any of those movies. I saw this other movie. It was some random horror movie, and I think it was one of Mike Flanagan's earlier movies. And in the movie, they kept like showing the Xbox 360 and the Kinect. And it was so awkward and weird because like there were even a couple of scenes where the dad was like trying to get the kid excited to play the Kinect. And I was like, this is so fucking weird right now. because this is like a horror movie, and there's like legitimate ad placement in this movie for the Xbox and the Kinect, and I'm like, this is so weird. I hate when they do that shit because you just know, like it's too on the nose. Kipford saying, P.S. I also got Helldivers 2 and pre-ordered Stellar Blade. So psyched. Also reached 1,000 hours in Horizon Forbidden West. I think I'm finally done. Yeah, I would think so. 1,000 hours? Oh my lord. That's crazy, Kipford. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're going to be playing some Helldivers and some Stellar Blade. Perfect Image, you're saying Xbox is late. Steam is everywhere. LOL. Yeah. All right, you guys are telling me to go check a post from Tom Warren. I'm sorry. It's pretty clear that I listed off the topics that I was going to talk to you guys about today, and I'm like clearly not doing that. I'm just all over the place. All right, I thought it would have just popped up. I guess I got to look it up. Hold on. You guys said it was Tom Warren, right? Microsoft has responded to the FTC's filings, claiming, quote, Activision was already planning on eliminating a significant number of jobs while still operating as an independent company. The recent announcement thus cannot be attributed fully to the merger, end quote. Okay. Yeah, it's exactly what I thought it would be. You know. Listen, I'm gonna go over this with you guys really quick. Next gen Xbox to have external disk drive that can be purchased separately. Okay. That's not necessarily surprising. Give me a second. I'm trying to find the post from the insider. Unless it was removed. Nope, here we go. All right. So I actually recorded a video on this, and I had to scrap that video because I accidentally had my microphone gain set to 48, which I didn't realize. It was a 20-minute one-take video, and I couldn't release it because it sounded like I was basically screaming into the microphone, and there's no way anybody was going to be able to listen to that shit for 20 minutes. So I'll talk to you guys about it here. Everybody is dying to know what is Microsoft going to announce at their business update. We got to know. People huffing dangerous amounts of hopium, thinking that it's all just one big joke. It's all one big nightmare that we're going to wake up from. Others are convinced that it's going to be the worst thing possible, and Xbox, as we know it, is just going to disappear, right? Like a cloud of smoke. It's just going to go. Well, we have an insider here that I do have to brief you on their history a little bit. I alluded to it earlier, but this person, funnily enough, his name's Sneaker, and when I first came across this, I was like, I don't know who this is. Who cares? Doesn't seem like it's somebody credible. Until I did a little bit of research, it turns out that this person was leaking shit from Microsoft all the way back to the Xbox One era. They were apparently the first person to leak that, like, Microsoft's plans for DRM. Since then, here's the most recent leak. That this to me is what makes me think they're actually completely correct or not correct, but I believe what they're telling me. On December 15th, this individual Sneaker took to, I think it was NeoGAF. I mean, it's weird because I feel like a lot of leakers don't go to NeoGAF anymore. But he basically came out December 15th, and I don't know if you guys remember, at the end of November, Xbox CFO Tim Stewart came out and basically made it sound like we're going third party. Like, I'm paraphrasing heavily, But what he said got people like talking like a lot. Like, oh shit, did Microsoft basically just reveal that they're planning on going third party? And there was a lot of back and forth, a lot of clashing happening on the internet because is it Sneeko? Oh, is that his name? I'm saying Sneaker. Oops. Well, whatever. Who cares? Sneeko, Sneaker, same thing. But there's a lot of clashing going online, and people like honestly, Xbox fans were like, "You guys need to shut the hell up." Like that's not what he meant. They're not going third party. You're wrong. You're just misunderstanding what he's saying. You're misinterpreting it. And then the next day, Microsoft did some immediate damage control where, Phil Spencer did an interview with Jez Corden. He's like, we're not bringing Game Pass to PlayStation or Nintendo. And everybody's like, see, told you, even though it's like, that's not what we were saying. We were talking about them going third party, which he said nothing about. But okay, now I'm mentioning this. It's important because this person, Sneaker or Sneeko, whatever. It says Sneaker here. So on December 15th, he came out and he dropped a bunch of shit in this NeoGAF forum saying, just a heads up, everybody, Microsoft is in the planning stages of going third party. More and more of their studios are working with PS5 dev kits, and they shifted from developing exclusively for the Xbox console and PC to now they're developing for everything, PlayStation, Switch. They're going to be everywhere. And he was giving a lot of details. Like he was basically saying that like this is going to be something that Microsoft's going to be slowly pivoting to. And he says it's going to start with mainly their back catalog of games. And he also was saying that essentially Microsoft is completely pivoting their strategy. And he also said that you're going to hear more about it next year. Now, I specifically remember this because when I came across that, I remember like I was talking to Mrs. MBG about this because this was kind of like a big deal at the time where I was like, I was just asking her like, what do you think about this? Right? Like, do you think that this guy could be telling the truth? And she's like, well, I don't know. And I'm like, I'm gonna just stick a pin in this for now because this could be some dude, some fanboy, some whatever, just some random person making shit up. And the thing is, he didn't back down from what he said. Like he was saying, like you guys are gonna see that I'm right. Just so you know, like he's like, bookmark this, save it, just remember. And he was getting a lot of shit. And anybody who was talking about Microsoft going third party was getting a lot of shit. But nobody covered this. That's the important thing. Nobody covered that he was out here saying like, and it's understandable because he had very little credibility. I guess people they started to do digging recently. Now that he seems to be very credible. Now, let me get to the meat and potatoes here. This is what he basically had to say about the announcement. Well, the title reads, Sneaker doubles down on Xbox's multi-platform and future console plans. So these are bullet points written up by somebody on Reddit. I can find the actual, let me see if I can find the actual post here. All right, so this is what he said. He said, first, I think folks need to drop what they normally view as a next-gen anything. What we used to call next-gen, it's like this is actually Phil Spencer, does not apply to that term anymore. Gone are the days of the PS2 or 360 launches with loads of software that couldn't have been done on the machines that came before it. Second, my understanding about Xbox's interest in hardware going forward paints a very different picture from what folks imagine. Based on conversations I've had with people at Microsoft and in Xbox itself, yes, a new machine is coming, but it's not going to be this hardware approach intended to take on Sony or Nintendo. Enthusiast-focused, expensive, and with the only selling point being the Game Pass subscription itself, while software will release on all major platforms. That is the future of Xbox. And so this is really, I think, important because he is making it known that, like, hey, they're not leaving the console space. There's going to be another console, but it's not going to be a competitor to Nintendo and Sony. But the most important thing is he says all software is going on PlayStation and Nintendo. All software. This is exactly what I thought was going to happen, man. Like, they're going to go full third party and they're going to make another console just to kind of like, hey guys, go buy the console for Game Pass. Now, I wish he could give us more details on Game Pass. I think he said a couple more things. So check this out. This person says, I think the majority of developers are still going to prioritize the PS5 console instead of the next gen Xbox. This is a risky move by Microsoft, in my opinion. And the sneaker person replied, saying it wouldn't work. Devs prioritize the SKU that is going to sell the most, not which box is the strongest. Microsoft's ability to sell Xbox hardware is at an all-time low, and a stronger box does not fix any of its issues, hence why they are opening up their publishing support for other platforms. Developers are still going to prioritize PlayStation, Nintendo, and mobile. It's what happens now, or he's saying it's what happens now and everyone is making hand over fist cash. Only way third party makes money on Xbox is by signing a Game Pass deal, a practice that Microsoft is set to cut down on in the not so distant future. So he also reveals that Microsoft is going to be slowing down the cash flow. You're saying going third party and making another console makes 0 sense. Yes, but we are talking about Microsoft. Do people not realize that for Microsoft, this is absolutely going to make sense because it's Microsoft? Nothing Microsoft has been doing for the past fucking 10 years has made any goddamn sense whatsoever, and yet they still do it. They still do it, and you still see these ridiculous fans being like, yeah, this is great. Meanwhile, anybody with common sense is like, what the fuck are you doing? So absolutely, I believe this. This is the most believable shit I've ever heard in my life. That is the most Microsoft thing. Like, we're going to sell third party. We're going to make all our games we're going to be a third party publisher and we're going to make a console. I'm telling you, if this is what Sony announces, I am going to have to take a big fucking victory lap if this happens. If, could not, might not. If this happens, I'm going to take the biggest fucking victory lap because I have a 30-minute clip of a podcast, of a show that I did on November 28th, where this is exactly what I said. Could Microsoft go full third party and still just make a console and sell it? Makes no sense. But yeah, I think that might be what they're about to do. And people were like, no way. No way. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure the next Doom is going to launch on PlayStation. And I got fucking clowned. People are like, oh, you're begging for fucking Devil Shooter's like, upload it. I will. I got that shit saved, dude. I got that shit saved because, dude, people were clowning on me so hard and they were like, look at this fool begging for Xbox games. Like, dude, ain't nobody begging for Xbox games. No one's begging for Xbox. In fact, so few people are begging for Xbox games that Xbox is like, we got to start selling this shit everywhere. We got to start making that PlayStation money. It's crazy to me. Anyway, let me see. I think there's a couple more things he said. Hold on. I don't use NeoGAF. I don't really know how to navigate these forums. Let me see if I can find any other posts he's made. Okay, apparently I can't see his profile without being a member. Well, anyway, that's the important part. All right, we got Angry Whale Watcher. You're saying you called Foam Stars a disaster, but did you play a single match? Or is this just judging a book by its cover? So I played well, to be clear, when I say disaster, I'm not talking about the quality of the game because no, I haven't really played it. I'm talking about how like it just, to me, the most disastrous part about Foam Stars is the fact that for some reason Square's like, we should launch this game the same day we do a Final Fantasy State of Play and demo, and 2 days before Helldivers 2. To me, that's what makes it disastrous, where it's like, so you just want this game to die and have like no attention, right? That's what I don't mean like from a gameplay perspective. I don't know. I played I booted up for like a little bit. I played the like tutorial, and I'll be honest, as soon as I played that tutorial, I'm like, I'm good. This is not for me. I can't like I'll be honest, like I just like was like I can't do this. So I don't know. Maybe the game's fun and good, but it's just I just couldn't bring myself to play it. I wasn't really feeling it. Really quick, Novinzer, you're saying technically Xbox are port begging right now. Well, I'll say this: like, if you are truly an Xbox fan, like not like a toxic, ridiculous fanboy, but I mean somebody who's like actually a fan of Xbox Game Studios, of what they're doing over there, of some of their games, and even of the console to an extent. You really shouldn't be against Microsoft doing this, because it's like this is necessary. Like this is what's going to be needed to fund and justify all these games and all these studios and all these developers. What did I name my ship? I forget. It was like something like a Guardian of the Peace or something like that. Guardian of Peace. I know I probably could have named it something like pretty funny though. I just named it real quick. There was one guy in tears. Oh my lord. Shattered Glass 23, you're saying Dude Crap Gamer reported an article about Xbox stopping manufacturing of Series X consoles. Yeah, I don't know the veracity of that article. I can't seem to find anything indicating that that's real, or that there's like that there's anything. I don't know. I can't find it. Can't source it. Check this out though. Since we're still talking about the Microsoft thing, I have an article here from Push Square. Microsoft employee inadvertently adds more fuel to the Xbox multi-platform fire. The internet is extremely unforgiving. Whatever you put on it will be preserved in some fashion, for better or worse. And it's a lesson still being learned in the year 2024. Case in point, the LinkedIn page of a Microsoft employee who may have added yet more evidence to the heavily rumored move from Xbox to publish their games on other consoles. Carrie Chen is Microsoft's Director of Game Content in Asia, and the recent role change has seen him update his LinkedIn. However, he may have overshared what his job involves. It previously said the portfolio range of games he looks after includes Xbox Game Studios, Activision Blizzard, ZeniMax, and Bethesda across PC, Xbox, PlayStation, Switch, and mobile. This has since been amended to remove mention of platforms entirely. So I don't think this is a big deal. However, the only thing that is strange to me is the fact that it's been corrected. Like, to me, the fact that it's been corrected is like, that's damning. If they had just left it, it's like, well, you publish like Minecraft, right? Like Call of Duty, but they like took it off. I'm like, well, I don't know, man. It's like full damage control going on. I want to read this article. This comes from PlayStation Lifestyle. Ben Studio animator Robert Morrison has said that PlayStation Studios are not in direct competition with Xbox and Nintendo Studios on a developer level. Morrison made his remarks in light of the recent controversy regarding Microsoft's rumored pivot to multi-platform releases. The House of Xbox has yet to comment on the rumors, but they will be giving a business update next week. Morrison tweeted that developers at the Big Three are all driven by an internal desire to create the best work possible. As a result, lack of competition will not degrade the quality of PlayStation Studios games. While some understood Morrison's take, others expressed concerns that as a company, PlayStation will have less of an incentive to invest in high quality games that set its platforms apart should Xbox go multi-platform. Fans fear that as a consequence of that, PlayStation first party output will suffer. So I thought this was interesting because this is like the only PlayStation developer that I could find that is seemingly commenting directly on this. And I don't know. I mean, it's reassuring because I believe that, right? Like, yeah, you guys are not just going to stop caring about making good games, you know? But people feel like he might be missing the point because it's like, well, no one's saying the developers are going to get complacent, right? They're saying that Sony could make it much more difficult for them. But this is where, dude, this is where I'm like, all right. I don't know what it is. I don't know if I'm like getting burned out or something. I might be getting burned out. I feel like my energy levels are so low. I can hardly even speak. So let me just take it slow. Bear with me here, people. People had this conversation, I'd say late last generation with the PS4, and this conversation carried into the PS5 generation. And then the conversation surrounds, why does Sony care about review scores? Why does Sony care about Metacritic? Right? And Sony got a lot of criticism for this. Sony got a lot of criticism because it's like, well, you shouldn't care about that stuff. And it's like, well, let me tell you something. This, right, like Sony caring about that could be a difference maker. Sony caring about their reputation, about having that prestige around their games. That could be, as a company, what makes them continue, even if there is no competition, right, from another console manufacturer, to continue to want to, yeah, we want those awards. We want our games to be the most awarded, to be the highest rated. This is why I don't think Sony's going to just say pull funding. Make AA games now. We don't give a shit. That's ridiculous. I've never seen such fear-mongering around a company. Like, people said to me for years, for fucking years, man. They said to me for years that you're fear-mongering Xbox. And it's like, well, you know what? Hey, it's not about taking a victory lap because I'm probably not going to be right about everything. Probably plenty of things I'll be wrong about. But it's like, look at what's happening, man. I was fear-mongering? That's what I was doing? No, I wasn't fear-mongering. I'm trying to tell people to fucking wake up. Wake up. There's something really wrong when a company says, yeah, we just reviewed The Last of Us Part 2. Yeah, we're cooked. We're fucking cooked. And I'll tell you what, you think Sony looked at that and said, oh, look at that. Microsoft says they can't make the type of games we can make. We should probably slow it down now. No. Not at all. It's the opposite. It's like, yo, we fucking crush them. Who else can we crush? I hear you, Devil. I'm not saying trust Sony. I'm just saying there is evidence. That's all. And I want to make that, I'm not telling you, hey, trust Sony. Trust in Sony. Trust in Sony. I'm not saying that. I'm just simply saying there's evidence. There's plenty of evidence in front of us that points to a different outcome from what people are claiming, the people who are being most fearful. And I get it. Like, because again, I tried to explain throughout the years, all these things I'm telling Xbox fans about Xbox, I'm telling them based on the evidence on like, dude, this happened and this is happening. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like Microsoft was producing fucking top tier critically acclaimed fucking games, and I'm out here saying, yo, Xbox needs to get their shit together. No. Like, no. It was the literal opposite. Like, Microsoft was not producing any top tier games or critically acclaimed. They were producing games that were getting panned. And maybe every now and again they have a game that does pretty well, but certainly not a Game of the Year contender. And that's it. Like, and this is just where it's like, listen, you want to know where my biggest concern lies with Sony? It's not in a future monopoly, because that's too far out, if it's even a possibility. My fear with Sony and PlayStation right now actually lies in who's going to be the CEO after Jim Ryan. Because Jim is based on what Microsoft is about to announce, Jim could end up retiring as one of the most vindicated PlayStation CEOs in history, if not the most vindicated. Where it's like, if Microsoft gets ready to take the knee, almost everything Jim Ryan said is going to be validated. But the thing is, it won't matter, because it's like, he's gone. And the big question is, who's going to take his place? Because that's my concern, dude. Like, my big concern, because Jim, the thing I always appreciated about Jim is he understood this. Jim knew, like, we need big, exciting AAA games. We need to make the biggest and best. The quality is of the utmost importance. He said that. Like, it's about the quality, right? Yeah, he wants live service games and he wants to chase these other revenue sources, sure. But he understood, like, the heart of it, you know? My big worry is that the next PlayStation CEO is not going to understand that. And that is what we should be fearful of. If there's anything, like, right now, and I'm not in a fear monger way where it's like, just assume the worst. No, but just keep in mind that we could get a CEO that is not like that at all. That we could get a CEO that's like, why are the games this big? Why do the graphics have to be this? Like, why do we have to dump this much money into the graphics or into games like The Last of Us? Like, why do they have to be that expensive? Why do the timelines have to be this long? I'm not saying that'll necessarily lead to disaster or anything, but I'm just saying we could get somebody in there that starts to fundamentally change certain things. And that, to me, would be more scary than anything else. I don't want... I also hope we get a CEO that doesn't bullshit us. Jim Ryan didn't bullshit us, and I appreciate that. It was to a fault, honestly. Jim Ryan was just like, he'll just tell you how it is, whether you like it or not. And he'll get the hate for it. And he'll just continue doing his thing. I hope that we get a CEO that does the same thing after that. That's like, just give it to us straight, man. You know, like, I don't want a CEO who cares about how they look and their reputation, because if there's one thing I've learned in this whole situation with Jim Ryan is I used to bitch at Jim Ryan for that. Like, I used to be like, man, how come Jim Ryan doesn't give a shit? But now, again, hindsight 2020, seeing how things are unfolding, it's like, because he knew, dude. He fucking knew. Like, he was probably looking at half the shit half of us were saying and being like, you guys just don't fucking get it. You know? Like, you just don't get it. And now I think some of us maybe are. Yeah. Yeah. He was transparent, man. So, again, it was to a fault where it's like, he knew. Jim Ryan, you're like, hey, we got to increase the price of PlayStation Plus. Just announce it, and we'll just move on. Just ignore it. Don't acknowledge anything. Just move on. Head down, and we'll keep pressing forward. So, I would like more communication when it makes sense. But if there's one thing that I've realized in watching the collapse of the Xbox community recently is that, you know, all those times I said, and this is where I will admit I was wrong, all those times I was basically begging for Sony to communicate more. I'm like, you know what? Maybe not. Maybe not. Because if there's really no reason to talk and you don't have anything to say, that means you're going to force yourself to say something, or force yourself to have a reason to say something, which could result in, yeah, I couldn't handle Jim Ryan's truth, bro. I couldn't handle it. I needed the lies. And it's so funny because his nickname is Jim Lion Ryan. And it's like, bro, all I want, listen, if Phil Spencer comes out on that fucking stage or whatever he does next week and delivers the killing blow to the Xbox fan base, like I want to see Phil Nokia. That's it. All right, that's it. But when he said nobody plays old games, I was like, this dude's a savage. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he really was. Like, you gotta be like just on a level of not giving a fuck to say that shit in front of your fan base. That's like, what? Like, what? My PS3? Why? But yeah, it's funny to think about. Or yeah, the Liza P. I did just want to say this too. Like, you know what? I'll save it. It's best if I save that. Kane Z7. You're saying, MBG, what if this is just abandoned all over again? Sounds too good to be true, to be honest, if it's happening. The order came from above. Excuse me. And not from Phil himself. Also, have you seen the Microsoft Game Pass? Yeah, I put a tweet out about that, and I ended up deleting it because, oh my God, dude, I'm tired of dealing with these fucking babies on my timeline and my fucking replies. Like, these fucking little bitches that are just like, stop talking about Microsoft. That's all you do. You just do your research. Like, dude, fuck off. Like, seriously, like, these people are like fucking, they're more annoying than that gnat. I would take that gnat that was bothering me last year over these fucking people. And I was just like, I'm not dealing with this. Like, I don't care that much. Like, I really don't about Microsoft and their fucking Microsoft Game Pass. It's just not worth it. All right? Like, they're so fucking hurt right now, dude, that my God, they just cannot even deal with me reporting on a rumor. Do it again. I thought about it. But another Bennett. Well, so listen. Here's what I think. This is very important for me to say. People, I think, need to be ready. Everybody needs to be ready. That Microsoft's marketing team, they're going full assault mode here, dude. Okay? Like, they're going full fucking scorched earth. We need to have the most on-point marketing we've ever had. You want to hear that voice again? I'm sure it'll come out eventually. And people are asking, like, why is Microsoft waiting a week? Do you know why they're waiting a week? Because they're letting everybody paint the worst picture possible. Think of it like this. This whole week will be filled with thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, potentially. Maybe not millions, but a lot of people. A lot of people all painting one picture collectively. And that picture that is being painted is the most fucking disastrous looking. I mean, it's like, you know, it's the ship of Xbox fully sinking, fanboys in the water drowning, grasping for anything they can, gasping for air. Like, that's the picture that's being painted. And what everybody's waiting for is Microsoft themselves to show us the picture they painted. And it's a very purposeful tactic to wait a week, because what they realize is, okay, everybody's already painting the worst picture possible. We just have to make our picture look a little bit better than that. And that's not going to be difficult to do. Because of, again, the longer you let people paint that picture, the worse it gets. And the easier it becomes for you to make sure that when you come out there with your canvas and you pull the sheet off, you're not going to make everybody feel okay. You're still going to get a lot of shit. A lot of people are still going to be like, oh my God, that's hideous. That's horrible. I can't believe this. But the idea is you just need to make sure it's not what the people who are, the most vocal on the internet painting this picture, you got to make sure it doesn't look like that. And if you can do that, you'll survive this. And that's it. That's my analogy there, because I totally get what you're saying, man, where it's like there is more to this. Like the biggest problem in this is the overreaction from people. The overreaction from both PlayStation and Xbox fans, where, dude, both there are people on both sides making it sound like. See, really quick, you're saying Jez already said that next week there's going to be a lot of people that are going to feel pretty silly. I saw that, and it's like, dude, he was one of the people losing his mind, basically. Like, just having a meltdown, being like, this is over. I don't think he got told by somebody internally, like, hey, it's not going to be as bad as you think. I think he just, like, kind of like, once the panic wears off and you take a deep breath, you realize, all right, maybe it's not going to be that bad. Because that's the whole thing, dude. It's like people on both sides are making it sound like this. And I get it. Like, this is one of those tough situations where it's too easy to downplay. It's too easy to overreact. This is one of those situations where it's actually hard to walk that line of like properly acknowledging that this is a very big deal. Like, this is quite significant. Possibly one of the most significant things to ever happen in gaming, or at the very least for the Xbox brand. But at the same time, you have to be smart enough, or at least wise enough, to understand that it doesn't mean, like, first off, in the world of gaming, it doesn't mean the worst is happening. The absolute worst thing Microsoft could do, just so we're clear, is shut down the Xbox division. Like, that's the absolute worst thing they could do, where it's like, we're done with this, we're exiting gaming, it's over. And then try to sell off anything they could. That is the worst case scenario, where they're just out. Maybe for some people, they might think that's the best case, depending on who you ask. But I'm saying, at least in terms of the reactions, that is what would garner the absolute most extreme reactions, because it would be justified. If Microsoft says we're done, we're exiting, we're shutting down, goodbye, that justifies all of the extreme reactions, because that's the most extreme thing that could happen. And I've seen people acting like that. Like, that's my whole thing. I'm seeing people have extreme reactions. Like, that's what Microsoft's getting ready to announce. It's like, that's not what they're getting ready to announce. They're getting ready to announce simply, we want to make money, and we're going to do things to make money. Hope you guys are okay with that. That's, like, you want to know what Microsoft's big secret announcement is? That's what it is. That's the announcement. We want to make money. We spent a lot of money. We want to make some of it back. So, regardless of the meltdowns and the backlash, we're still going to do this. We're still going to sell our products where we want to sell them to make that money. We hope you buy it. But there's going to be a marketing PR spin created specifically for the fan base. There's going to be some kind of slogan or some tagline. I saw somebody in one of my comments section, they left a comment. I actually should see if I can find it, because it was a really good comment. Well, it's too deep. It's too far buried now. They were like, Microsoft's going to say some kind of like, marketing line to everybody, like, when we all, like, we could play Xbox everywhere and we can all win, or something like that. And it's like, yeah, of course they're going to do that. And there are going to be people who eat that shit up. And it's like, the sad reality is the people who are going to eat that shit up are the same people who are having the biggest meltdowns, because that's how this goes. There are people out here acting like literal fucking giant man babies over this shit that need to be consoled. Like, they need Microsoft to put the binky in their mouth, dude. And you think Microsoft doesn't know that? Like, that's what their whole marketing team is about. Like, we got to put the binky in the mouth, quiet them down. Shh, shh, shh. Quiet, it's okay. And then they're going to turn to the adults and let us know, like, what's going on here. That's what's going to happen next week. But that's how these things go sometimes, Did I see Colin talking about it? Yeah, I heard what Colin had to say about it. Yeah, it's interesting. Colin's taking a more conservative approach than I would have expected. I saw that too, Irf, and you're saying, according to Tom Warren, Xbox, like most of the team at Xbox doesn't even know what's going on. Yeah. Yeah. This is dude, why would most of the team at Xbox know what's going to go on? This is a Microsoft business decision, an announcement. Like, this isn't about devs or games or fans, really. Like, this is about the shareholders more than anything. But yeah, I heard what Colin had to say about it, and I think I liked what he had to say about it. But he's like more conservative about it than I expected, and he seems to be under the impression that it's only going to be like some games, right, or that they're still going to do like a timed exclusivity thing. And I could be totally right. I'm a little bit more aggressive in that. I think this is just them ripping the Band-Aid off. I do. Like, I think this is just them simply saying, like, we are going third party. But we are. We're going to make a console and we're going third party. And the reason why I say this is because it doesn't make sense to do it any other way. It just doesn't like, listen, Microsoft, the cat's out of the bag. The cat's out of the bag. Like, people have already had, again, I need to remind people what I said earlier. Microsoft, all they have to do is paint a picture that's just slightly better than the one that everybody painted. And all they have to do is just announce, yeah, we're still making a console. And boom, that picture that Microsoft just revealed is prettier than the one the internet made. Because the one the internet made they're fucking done, dude. They're dead. Stick a fork in it. It's over. It's done. It's cooked. We have Shattered Glass 23 saying slipped with once. PS3 knocked it. Oh, you're saying slipped with the PS3, knocked it out of the park. Hold on. Let me read this again. Slipped with once, PS3, knocked it out of the park, every other gen, and even woke towards the end of the PS3 era. Chill, folks. They learned a lesson. Okay. Sorry. Sometimes when I start reading these super chats, I should try to read these super chats before I read them out loud. You're absolutely correct. Shattered Glass. People are not giving Sony enough credit for just keeping themselves in check. They haven't been perfect. And this isn't about blowing smoke up Sony's ass saying you're perfect, you're the best all the time, you've never made mistakes. No, it's just about honestly, like, yes, you're right. Sony slipped one time in 5 generations of being in the console space, and that was with the PS3, and they recovered pretty quickly, and the PS3 sold more than the 360 when it was all said and done. They made the comeback that gen. So they did recover. And to me, it seemed pretty clear they learned a valuable lesson. Because the thing is, when Sony slipped, it was almost deadly for them. Like, they really were like, oh, shit, we could be going out of business here in the gaming space if we don't figure this out. Or at least exiting the console market, because the PS3 at first was a complete disaster. So, yeah, man, I just, again, it's just so weird to me that people are so aggressively now giving Microsoft credit. And I think it's desperation. And I understand, like, it's weird, but I kind of understand where it's like, people want to believe that, like, they want to like, people want someone or something to blame here if Microsoft does this. And that's natural. Whose fault is this? Is it Sony's fault? Is it Microsoft? It's like the truth is, it's a combination of it's a little bit of the market's fault, maybe, where it's like, I don't know, people, like, I'm sure internally people at Microsoft or Xbox fans, they feel like, how could you not support Microsoft? They made a great console. They bought studios. They're making games now. They offered you Game Pass. Like, how could you not support this? And frankly, it's just the market said, like, whatever it is Microsoft's doing, like, we're just not that interested. Sorry. People have speculated that, has Microsoft done, like, permanent damage to the brand name, to the reputation, where it's almost like it doesn't really matter what you do. You've done irreparable damage. It cannot be repaired or fixed or corrected. And it's going to affect your brand in your company for the entire, as long as it exists. And I always kind of thought maybe that's not true, give it enough time. But now I'm beginning to think maybe it is. Maybe it is true. I don't know. You're saying I'm probably waiting for the official announcement, then I'll rip into them. Well, to be fair, it's like I've ripped into Xbox fans pretty hard, like no matter what, for certain reasons. Like I've never held back my feelings about Xbox. But yeah, I'm in the same boat as everybody else right now, where it's like I don't know what's going to happen. I have my ideas, my assumptions, my predictions. We have a lot of rumors that I think are making it easier for me to kind of come to those conclusions. But I don't know, and neither do you, and neither does anybody. Only a very few select people inside of Microsoft know what's going to go down next week. And depending on what happens, that will determine how I end up reacting to it, because it's like, again, like some people are thinking like, oh, they're just going to come out and say never mind. Like I would imagine that's a dream scenario for some people. That's not going to happen. I think the best hope that the most vulnerable people or fans have right now is hopefully it won't be as bad as we think. Why am I not playing Helldivers 2? I was trying to play it earlier. It was giving me problems with the servers. I don't think I'm going to I think I'm going to wait to stream it, because I had some issues earlier. So I'm going to like kind of wait for those to be ironed out. I'll try playing it again tonight. If I don't have any issues tonight, maybe I'll stream it tomorrow or Saturday. William, you're saying, I'll keep saying it. They'll do multi-platform games. They'll just launch on Xbox PC first. But that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't. I understand where you're coming from, William, and don't get me wrong. Like you listen, I'm not trying to speak definitively. I'm just trying to speak as logically as I can. That like they've already done that, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like I just think people need to wake up and realize that Microsoft has tried every trick in the book. They've tried everything, and the only thing they never did do. Let me ask you. I'm not even going to bother saying it. I want to ask you guys, what's the one thing that Microsoft never actually did this entire time? Like pretty much, I don't want to say their entire existence, but at least from the end of the 360 era all the way up until where we are now. What's the one thing they didn't do? The one thing that could have made the biggest difference? Just checking the replies here. Good games, make good exclusives. No great games, make a good game. Games. Quality games. I think Devil Shooter nailed it before anybody. Well, I think everybody's kind of in the ballpark, but I think Devil Shooter's the first one. He says, make great games. See, that's the thing. We're not talking bad games. We're not talking okay games. We're not talking even good games. We're talking great games. Great games are exceptional games. Great games are games that can like do such heavy lifting for your platform. It makes all the difference in the world. That's what it is. Like, I don't care what anybody says. Microsoft has not made a truly great game. In fact, you know what? The one great game that Microsoft has made is probably, or I guess you could count it two, but they're basically the same game. Forza Horizon 4 and 5. That's it. That's fucking it. Gears 5? No. I'm sorry. You can tell me how great of a game Gears 5. Look, Gears 5, maybe it is a great game. But in my mind, that by the time Gears 5 came out, and I think this is just the reality, because you're right. Gears 5, I don't want to be unfair. It seems like it was a great game, or is a great game. But to me, it seems like that came out after the threshold was already crossed, that people were tired of waiting. And to be fair, like, it is Gears. And I don't mean to, I'm not trying to make it sound like, oh, it's just another Gears. It doesn't matter. But it should be clear that even if Gears 5 was a great game, even if Forza Horizon 4 or 5 were great games, it's like they needed something better than that, more than that, something different than those games. And if you think about it, why do you think Microsoft and Phil and everybody, they leaned in so fucking hard to Starfield? Why do you think that is? That's exactly what Starfield was supposed to be. It's the different game. It's not Halo. It's not Gears. It's not Forza. It's a new fucking game that's going to have that. It's not going to be good. It's not even going to be great. It's going to be fucking exceptional. It's going to be an exceptional game. I don't know if you guys remember what the fucking zeitgeist was surrounding Starfield prior to its launch, but I had to just walk away from that one and be like, okay, like everybody, like this is not what you guys said it was going to be. Like not even fucking close, but people are so desperate to defend it. Fine. Okay. I just had to walk away. Mike Brown, you're saying 100% channels are embarrassed for console warring. Well, that's the whole thing, man. Like people claim that I'm just a crazy console war channel. It's like, no, I'm not console warring. Like I just think Microsoft fucking sucks. That's it. Like it's that fucking simple. Like I just think Microsoft sucks. And to be honest, like people have been telling me now more than ever, like you just got to stop talking about Xbox, dude. You got to stop talking. I'll tell you, if it's fucking true that they're gonna go multi-platform, I'll be a little bit sad because it's like, holy shit, how am I going to talk about them? Other than, hey guys, we got, saying it's Chris Brown. Sorry. The only way I'll be able to, did I say Mike Brown? What the fuck? Why did I say Mike Brown? That's concerning. I gotta slow down, dude. Why did I fucking say Mike Brown? I'm sorry. That's weird to me. It's just because thank you for the correction though. It's because it's like, dude, if this is true, the only reason I'm going to have to talk about Xbox truthfully is like, hey guys, Microsoft announced that this game's coming to PS5 at this date. And that's fine. Like that's still, I guess, technically talking about Xbox, but it's like, it really will be like, man, I've always talked about Xbox in the competitive way. Like, that's the thing. I don't know if people realize that. I know you guys realize that, but I've never really just talked about Xbox in just like, it's just them in isolation. I very, very, very rarely have done that. It's always been in the competitive nature. And that's why people always say, it's console warring. It's like, listen, it's competition. What do you want me to tell you? But I've been saying for a long time now, it seems like the competition is less and less and less. And then the reality is that no, MBG, there was never competition. I was part of the problem of trying to convince myself and others that there's real competition here. And it's like, damn, there never was there? No, there wasn't. It's all artificial. Like it has been so artificial this entire time. And I guess what I'm saying is like, it could continue to be artificial. It could continue to be artificial and it might, but it's like, this is where that fucking illusion is completely shattered, where it's like, dude, there was never competition. And even though we've had our moments, unfortunately, I've given in to the Xbox narratives over and over again in the name of competition. You know what I mean? You're saying what's wild, MBG, is Xbox is finally getting to the point where they're likely going to start releasing great games. With games like Fable, Indiana Jones, and Hellblade, but it's too late. Yeah, I saw people that is truly the like, wow, wow, man, like if that like if Fable does end up being like a 92 on Metacritic game and fucking Indiana Jones is great, it's like people are loving these games now. It's like, damn, damn. Sorry, we have Thaneros saying, so what do you consider the criteria of a great game? Well, I do think that it's tough to really nail that down because it's different for everybody, but I think there are just some general, I guess you could say, bullet points surrounding a certain game to qualify it as a great game. Unfortunately, I say unfortunately because I think it definitely holds more weight than it should, but it definitely matters whether I want it to or not. Like, it doesn't have to matter to me on a personal level, but it does matter. Review scores. Unfortunately, review scores are, and I think it's the nature of them where it's like the first thing people point to if a game has a lot of anticipation behind it is what did it score? Right? Like, that's just how it is. I don't make the rules. That's just how it is. Where the first thing people looked at when Starfield launched, what's it sitting at on Metacritic? Right? When Spider-Man 2 launches, what's it sitting at on Metacritic? That's the first thing that people look at. But going beyond that, I think it comes down to, more importantly, not critic reviews, but the general sentiment and feeling coming from the majority of gamers. Now, I do think sometimes I think some games get an unfair shake, but not fully unfair. For example, like I'm seeing a lot of conversation happening around the Suicide Squad game, and it's like, it's clear this game is not a great game. Like, even if you love it and enjoy it and think it's just a great old time, like, it's not a great game. And there are objective, like, one of the biggest objective reasons for that is because the games that were made prior were better. Like, just from top to bottom. Even in just terms of the sheer amount of quality on display. The Arkham trilogy, the games that came prior were better. And so it's like, okay, well, is that unfair to judge this new game against those? No, it's not, because it's the same studio. You don't expect studios to regress. And everything about a game like Suicide Squad, in terms of its live service, it's seemingly, when it comes to the writing and the storytelling, is not anywhere near on the level that was on display with the Arkham games or the Arkham trilogy. Even I've seen people even criticizing the graphics and stuff like that. And it's just like that, combined with the fact that it's a shooter. And I'm not trying to shit on the game. I'm just saying that this is what has led to, people just basically saying, like, yeah, it's not a great game. It's not going to be up for game of the year. No one's going to say Suicide Squad was my game of the year. It's just, there are too many things that are not crossing that bar, I guess you could say, of like, damn, this is really good, isn't it? There are too many things that you could look at and be like, I don't think that's really that good. Like, you're always going to have people who love trash. I love some trash. Everybody loves themselves some trash from time to time. Let's be honest. But there are just some things where it's like, you got to be able to acknowledge sometimes when things are not as good as you want to believe they are. And it's not that subjective. Sometimes it's just not. Like, I remember when I talked about Redfall, man. Like, I remember joking around being like, I know there's somebody out there, or at least a couple people that like actually really like this game. Like genuinely are enjoying this game. And I said, you know what? More power to them, man. It's hard to criticize somebody's enjoyment when it's genuine. You know what I mean? But it doesn't mean we can't see it for what it really is. That's all. That's all. I enjoy some trash from time to time. You're saying it's very positive on Steam? That's very strange to me. Well, anyway, but I'm just trying to say, man, that like there's I also want to, I think this gets into a deeper conversation about games where like you have to ask yourself, why is it that some people just really do enjoy their trash? That everybody at some points just enjoys the trash. Because you know what I think? I think it's because sometimes the like the way in which we as like people judge a craft. I think we judge not only what goes into it, but the thought process behind it. You know what I mean? Like we are very much aware. And what I'm actually thinking of right now is, again, I was watching the Grounded documentary with Naughty Dog and The Last of Us, and there was this scene where Neil Druckmann was sitting down with the, I guess, a design team or something, a level design team, and it was like some early stage in The Last of Us Part 2. It was very unfinished, but there was like this whole discussion about, but what's the horse going to do? And it really seemed like they had to really put a lot of this time and effort and thought. Like you could tell, like they really cared. At least Neil really cared about what the fuck is this horse going to do? What's Dina going to do? Like if Dina gets off the horse, is the horse just going to stand there? Is that realistic? Is it going to be invincible? Well, that's not very realistic. Is it just going to run off? If it runs off, how are you going to get it back? Is it just going to come to you if you whistle? And it's like, believe it or not, I think it's stuff like that that to an extent can determine like the impression that people get from a game, even if it's on a subconscious level, where it's like there are many game devs that are like, who the fuck cares? Like it's a game, no one's gonna notice, it doesn't matter, just have it stand there and be invincible, like no one's gonna care. But it's the people that might notice that are they're gonna get vocal about it. They're gonna be like, yo, look at this attention to detail that probably most other people would have never noticed, but this person gets vocal about it. They point it out and they're like, check that out. And it's like, whoa, yeah, that why didn't I've seen that? I remember there was this one fucking time where I came across a clip, and this clip went viral for Uncharted 4, where it was a person shooting like this. It was almost like a slope of some kind where there were a bunch of rocks, and they were like pointing out, like, if I shoot these rocks, look at how they react, look at the physics, look at how it's all ultra realistic, and it's like a part of a game. Like, they made sure to stress this is a part of the game that you're like not really gonna interact with. But if you shoot and to me that was just kind of funny because it's like, in a way, it's almost like, wow, that's impressive. Like somebody really went out of their way and thought of this and cared about it. And I'm not saying that single example alone is what determines whether or not people feel like that, wow, this is a really super high quality game. It's the mentality behind it. The mentality behind that type of game development is perfectionism, is obsessiveness, and attention to detail. And when you apply that to your entire game, it very much leaves an impression on the player that, holy shit, this game is like, it's a fucking complete tight package with very few imperfections. right? Very few things I could notice that are out of place. It's why when you play The Last of Us Part 2, you can review bomb it for the story, right? And the story that they told in the characters and not like it, which, I'm kind of in that boat. Like, it's not my favorite story at all. But you cannot deny, holy fuck, this game has a level of quality there that you just really don't see anywhere else, or at least in very, 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 very few other games. And that level of quality it comes from that obsessive, meticulous, honestly, like kind of brag worthy nature of like, I want to put the extra time in this. I want to crunch on making these physics perfect and making sure that if you happen to brush against this tree, it has a perfect reaction so I can brag about it and show you, see, bet you weren't expecting that. And it works. It's just like anything else, man. It's just like anything else. It's just the way humans are, man, where it's like humans are attracted to and fascinated by people who can do things that don't necessarily seem impossible, but just are like only very few people can do that thing. And you feel almost like, I don't know, like you feel like this gravitational pull towards that. I'm sure there's a better way to explain this, but that exists in all things, man. And I think that is what creates the prestige around something. That is what it's the people who notice that. They are the vocal people that tell everybody like, hey, you may not have noticed this, but look. And then, you're showing something to a group of people that otherwise would have never noticed. They're like, holy shit, yeah, wow. Like, Red Dead 2 is another great example there, man, where it's like, I still see shit that people are putting out there where it's like, check this out. Like, I discovered you can do this in this game. And it's like, it took years and years, but there's somebody out there that, like, when they discovered it, they're like, oh my God, I got to show the world this. Somebody at Rockstar knew when they made that, when they coded that, when they designed that there's a chance someone might never see this. But if they do, there's a chance that person's going to get so excited, they're going to try to make sure everybody sees it. And it's like creates a ripple effect. But it starts at the heart of perfectionism, frankly, an obsessive nature and care. Like, that's what it comes down to. Like, when people say quality, and I think, honestly, I'm almost having a conversation with myself right now and not so much you guys, because the question was, so what do you consider the criteria of a great game? To me, and I know this is going to, I don't mean to offend developers when I say this, and I'll follow it up. I think what determines quality or high quality in all things is the level of care taken. I think it's just simply that. Now, I'm not saying that bad games are the result of developers who don't care. Here's the caveat. Making games is not usually a one-person thing or even a 5-person thing. Sometimes it is, very rare. But if we're talking big AAA games, that's a mass project. And what I mean is the only way you can create a high-quality AAA video game that is going to make an impact and leave an imprint is every person involved from the top all the way to the bottom and every single person in between. They all have to have the same level of care. Even the executives that are funding it, they don't have to care to the same extent, but they have to care enough to be like, okay, we are willing to give you the time. Okay, we are willing to fund it because we care. We want it to be good and we trust you. And then the person below them that has to manage the studio, they have to care. They do have to care about these things. And I think that honestly, when we see games that are not good and are considered low quality, I think it's a reflection upon not just an individual, but the team itself. And that you take Redfall, right? Like Redfall, it seems like they're it seems like based off of what we know, there was a problem from the upper management where they didn't know how to properly manage to just keep shit running smoothly. And you have to ask, well, where does that come from? Does it come from a lack of care? Well, lack of experience, maybe. Right? But it seemed clear to me that there were devs working on this game that, it's not that saying they didn't care maybe sounds bad. Like, I think some people might hear that and be like, oh, you're saying devs don't care. Their heart isn't in it. The passion is not there. You know what I mean? It's like the same reason why people kind of make fun of Call of Duty devs, where it's like, how passionate can you be about making Call of Duty, about greasing the wheels of this well-oiled machine that goes on with or without you? It's like, I don't know. I mean, there's something going on there. So I don't know. It's almost a philosophical conversation. It's impossible to just, in my opinion, nail down like a be-all, end-all answer, to say this is what quality is. But I think in a way we all kind of do know what it is. Sometimes it's like one of these things where you can't necessarily just define it with a singular word or sentence or even 10 minutes of talking about it. It's one of these things that you feel it. You feel it. It's I feel like that's what it comes down to, man. When you play a game, when you consume any product, you watch a movie, you watch a TV show, you listen to music, it produces a feeling. Sometimes I think we do these games a disservice by just simply saying high quality, by simply saying it's a high quality game or it's a good game, and I understand why we do that. It's for the sake of simplicity, but I just think that there's very clearly something that Microsoft was lacking. To get back to the whole point here, something that Microsoft was lacking that Sony was not, that Nintendo was not. And that seems to have been the difference maker in all of this. That's my assessment of it. Horse behavior, top tier. There we go. That's the conclusion. Care about your horse's behavior in your games. That shit matters. We have Michael Stanbrook coming in. Michael Stanbrook keeping the membership train rolling along here today, bringing us up to 24 members. Michael, thank you so much, man, for gifting out that membership. Guys, we're sitting at 24 members. We're one member away from hitting our goal here, which is nice to see. We have Miguel saying, MBG, this could be a strategy by Microsoft, bringing games everywhere. And then when everyone is used to having them, start making them exclusive again. See, to me, that's like I don't think so, man. Miguel, I'll tell you why in a second, but I got to give a big shout out to Shems. Shems comes in here and drops a membership gift to get us up to 25. Michael Stanbrook drops another membership gift. I think Michael wanted to be the one to get us to 25, but either way, I really appreciate it, guys. Shems drops a gift. Michael drops a second one. We're at 26 members. So I'm going to update this goal. Thank you guys so much for getting us to this goal. And thank you so much for continually being so generous to myself and this awesome community. Let me update this here. I don't know why it's taking so long. There we go. Thank you guys so much. 26 members. Good stuff. Good stuff right there. But Miguel, just to answer or not answer, but to give my opinion on this, the idea that Microsoft is going to start bringing their games everywhere to then entice people. I feel like this type of strategy makes sense in Sony's case with PC, where we've seen them do this, where they're like, okay, we'll put like some older games or some games that are getting sequels onto PC to maybe entice people to come to us. And the reason why I think that works is because Sony's goal from PC is it's twofold. It's okay, maybe we can convince some people who were hesitant to come over after they experience a couple of our games. Give them some samples, right? I mean, of course you pay for it, but still. And if we can't, we just make some extra money. We just rake in extra free money that we otherwise wouldn't have had. I don't think that's Microsoft's goal here at all. And the reason why I say that is because it comes down to the level of investment. Sony's not the one who invested nearly $70 billion into a publisher and now has to figure out, how do we get a return here? Microsoft is in that position. And I just think that, like, to be honest, I think that what happened here more than anything is I think the upper executives, the board of Microsoft, I think once they saw the financials, I mean, like in depth, like they crunched the numbers and they saw the amount of money that's being made by Activision by being multi-platform, by being everywhere. I think they just were like, and they compared that to the games that they have, like Starfield and others, and even though they're different games, but still just comparing them, I think they just realized, like, this is where the money's made. And we need that money now. Not a month from now, not a year from now, not a generation from now. We need it now. Because we're not making the money. We're spending it. We just spent the money. We need to make the money. And I don't know, you think about like how long it would take Microsoft to make a profit off of this level of investment. How many years? By just being Xbox and Game Pass and PC. How many? I mean, I don't know. Many years. Many, many, many years. How can we expedite that? How can we shrink that down? How can we reduce the amount of years? The idea that they're going to go back on that, you have to keep in mind what you're insinuating is that Microsoft is going to make more money on their games than they've ever made. And then they're going to turn that around and say, actually, never mind. We want you to come buy our console, which we don't really make any money off of, or very little money off of. It's not going to happen. And for those wondering, like, well, how come Sony doesn't do this? Because Sony isn't buying publishers. I think the biggest irony we could end up looking back on with this entire situation in regards to the Xbox fan base, the biggest irony will likely end up being that Xbox fans and Microsoft fans who cheered on the acquisition of Bethesda as well as Activision Blizzard are going to look back and realize that what you were actually cheering on is the death of the Xbox console and the death of the Xbox, if not the Xbox console, or at the very least the Xbox console, but possibly also, if not the death, the diminishing to a great degree of the Xbox ecosystem. The very thing that you cared most about. You were cheering on its downfall or its undoing. And that could very well be what we look back on, because I'll tell you, I've talked before. I went back and forth, like, should Sony buy a publisher? But you know the conclusion I kept coming to? The conclusion I kept coming to every time I thought about Sony buying a publisher is, what the fuck does that do for me as a PlayStation fan? As a fan of their PS5 console? It does absolutely nothing. The dream, right? The dream was always a bullshit dream of they're going to buy Capcom or they're going to buy Square and they're going to make all their games exclusive. No, they're not. In fact, I said that shit. I said, if Sony buys a publisher, you better expect everything is going to be multi-platform. And that's the thing. If Sony were to buy a publisher, I would be convinced Sony now wants to become a publisher and slowly exit the hardware space. Because it's no longer about our shit. It's no longer about our studios, our games, our ecosystem, our console. No, it's about what they have. We want to buy it and rake that money in. Microsoft's becoming a third-party publisher, man. It could not be more obvious. We won't have to talk about it anymore after next week. We won't. It's like when people say it's over, it's because it is, dude. It is. It's not like it to me. It's not a dramatic thing at this point. It's not a dramatic thing. Like, dude, they bought Activision Blizzard. What do you think was going to happen? Like, I tried to tell these people that Lulu Miservi girl or whatever, she fucking played you guys to an embarrassing degree. You're out here screaming, hold the line. She's already been like, yeah, you guys are fucking great. We love the fans, baby. Do you know how much money that woman walked away with? She's done, bro. She's fucking probably retiring. She doesn't have to worry about anything ever again. Meanwhile, people who are out here probably fucking trying to save money through Game Pass are out here cheering that on. It's fucking as dumb as it gets. And I was just like, this is embarrassing, man. You have corporate executives just straight up clowning the fan base. Embarrassing shit. I don't feel sorry, man. Whatever happens, I don't feel sorry because I was here the whole time. I watched it. I watched every single moment of it. And I don't feel sorry for what happens because the next thing that I know I'm going to have to deal with is, well, Sony's next. Sony's next. Okay. You keep telling yourself that. But here's the thing. Don't bring that shit my way. Because you know what I said over and over and over and over and over again? In fact, it's probably the thing I've said the most on the channel, if not the most, pretty close to it. Why do I care about PlayStation? Why am I here? I know you guys know. And this to me is just pretty important to highlight at a moment like this. And it's ironic because no matter how much we talk about the ins and outs and the ups and downs and the whole fucking run the gamut of things that people are saying online, I've made it clear just to suffer. I'm here just to suffer, damn it. It's simple, man. Like I've always said, I support PlayStation because I like their games. And I think they make not good games, mostly great games. Sometimes, don't get me wrong, not every single game Sony makes is a fucking masterpiece. Like, blow me away. Oh my God, I can't believe it. I'm totally blown away by everything I just saw. No. But they do seem to produce that for me more often than most other, if not all other publishers. And so if people want to try to because I know it's going to happen, guys, by the way, like this is 100% going to happen. I can already see it. When the big shift happens, people are then going to say, well, if this happened to Microsoft, then Sony's next. Sony's going to be on the same path. And it's like, well, I don't think so. And even if that were to happen, it's like, listen, the biggest axe I would have to grind with Sony if that happened is if they were to stop making console hardware and stop caring about it. That would be my biggest axe to grind, truthfully. I just don't get it, dude. Like, I'll be honest, man. I don't understand what it is that Xbox fans really feel like they're losing right now. That they haven't already lost or hasn't already been kind of, I guess you could say, transformed or fucked with to a degree in that, like, what is it that they're hanging on to? I don't understand. Like, I legitimately don't understand where it's like, that's my identity. Like, what is? What? Halo? Gears? You're still going to be able to play them. Probably on a fucking Xbox. You already see this with Helldivers, people saying day and date is coming. And honestly, I wouldn't give a shit at this point. Like, dude, if it's true that Microsoft is going multi-plat, Sony doing day and date, well, it wouldn't even matter at that point. Like, I'm not even kidding. It wouldn't matter because they pretty much will be the only high-end console option, is, you know, at least based off of what people are saying. But I don't know, man. I'm not convinced. I'm not saying Sony won't go day and date, but it's just like, I think Sony still cares about selling consoles, man. That's all it is. Like, I'm not opposed to them caring about selling consoles because that's where I prefer to play. But listen, I'll tell you right now, man, if Sony goes nuclear one day and says, we got to do this, we got to shift in this direction, we can't prioritize the console anymore, we got to keep up, whatever. Business is business. The only question I'm going to ask is, are you still making the fucking games that I want to play? Because at the end of the day, like when you get to the end of that rope, that's all that matters. I want to have a console. Yes. I want to have that console prioritized. Yes. I want these things. I want you to have some kind of exclusivity to create an identity that can, you know, create a more interesting standout brand, right? Sure, that's all great. But if all that's got to go in the name of survival and making your shit work, fine. The only question I'm going to have is, are you still making it? And that to me is why I don't understand. Like, I cannot fathom the meltdowns that are happening with Xbox, because it's like, then again, I don't understand why anybody was supporting Xbox. I don't understand why they're supporting Xbox right now. I mean, I guess maybe upcoming games like Indiana Jones and stuff are reassuring at this point, but it just reveals what we all thought. It reveals what we all knew this entire time. They didn't give a shit about Indiana Jones, dude. They just gave a shit that it wasn't coming to PlayStation. I'll tell you what, I don't give a fuck if God of War 2018 goes to Xbox. I know a lot of people do. And I'm not speaking for those people. If you want to have a meltdown over the idea of God of War 2018 going to Xbox, well, wait, would it make any sense? It wouldn't, because it's not selling. But it's just the point I'm trying to make. Like, I don't give a shit about that. It's over, man. But then again, what happens? What happens if Sony does that? Does their console stop selling? No, see, to me, what's the funniest idea behind God of War going to, or like something like that going to Xbox, the funniest thing about it is like, dude, you think Sony would do that now? Microsoft is on the ropes, getting ready to give up. You think that's when they're going to do it? You know what I mean? Like, if anything, what do you think? Sony's going to try to save the Xbox console? Hell no. Sony's probably fucking over there high-fiving each other, being like, yo, we did it. I'm just saying, it's just funny to think that there are people already saying Sony's going to do this and the same thing's going to happen. It's like, look, I'm going to cover my own ass by saying what is honestly true, and that is the only thing that truly matters are the games that I care about and want to play. That's all that matters. And I honestly would extend that to any PlayStation fan. I would like, no matter how much you care about this or that inside of the PlayStation ecosystem, the console, anything involved with that, I feel confident in saying that Sony could do whatever they want, but if they make The Last of Us Part 3 or, you know, Horizon 3, which, you know, well, I'm trying to think like further, like Ghost of Tsushima 3 one day, right? If they do that, you're going to tell me you're not going to play it? You're going to fucking play it. I'm going to play it. We're all going to play it. You know what I mean? It's like, it's okay to just say that. It's fine. It's okay. But it's also okay to care on a deeper level. And I guess I'm just saying, like, while I can empathize, I feel like I'm like going back and forth. I say I can empathize with the hardcore Xbox fans. I'm not talking about the people literally acting like jackasses. I'm not talking about those people. Like the actual real fans who are like, damn, man, this feels like I don't know, like an endpoint is coming. I get that, but it's like, it's not, honestly, what Jez Corden said is true. At the end of the day, it's not going to be that bad. Or like, you know, some people are going to feel silly. They are, because it's like a bomb's going to go off, seemingly, and when the dust settles, you're going to realize it wasn't actually a bomb, and there was no explosion. It was just a fucking, I don't know, just a giant fucking gust of air. That's it. Like, everything's the same. Like, nothing, it doesn't matter. Like, your life is still the same. You can still buy these games and play these games. You know what I mean? But we can't be that wise, because that's not fun. So, yeah, it's a fucking firecracker. We can't be that wise because it's no fun. So, in the name of having fun, I look forward to seeing Xbox die and the Xbox fan base crumble and their leaders coming out and being the ones to break that line. Hold the line. Phil Spencer's about to break that line. The very person you worshipped. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. It kind of is fun though to like lead in that direction, because it's so silly. I will say though, on a more serious note, it might not be that silly and laughable, because I just remembered when I was reading that article, like, dude, some people working at Xbox were like getting like genuine threats from people, and that to me is like, okay, we're really gonna do this? Like, all right, like, really, we're really gonna do this over consoles, executives, and games? People need to fucking chill. They need, like, that. Whoever is like sending messages like that, like, turn your shit off, log off, delete your account, go the fuck outside, and think about how you want to live your life. Find anything else, because this ain't it if you're doing that shit. Yeah, that, to me, that's the big concern, is if Microsoft's about to go all digital. But I will just say that I don't know the future of PlayStation. And to be honest, I'm at a point where anytime I hear what an executive at PlayStation or any of these companies has to say, I always take it with a grain of salt. Right? I always understand that they're saying this in the moment, and they might not actively be lying, but things are changing all the time. And what they said 1 year might not really be applicable 3 years later or 4 years later. Things change. And I have no doubt in my mind that PlayStation is going to change in the future as well. I don't know when it's going to happen, how it's going to happen, or what it's going to look like, but I am certain that things will change. And if there's just one lesson I think to be learned in all of this, because it's not over, it's far from over. Like, we still got to go into next week. If there's one lesson that I'm taking away from it, is that, like, man, you gotta know where to draw the line. You know, in just who you are as a person and why you play video games, and how deeply you get entrenched in this kind of like fanboyish behavior or these circles. And I know that's, again, I know that some people probably are laughing that I'm the one saying that, but it's like, guys, I think, I don't know, I think I've been painted a certain way by certain people in certain groups, but I think anybody who's been with me long enough knows that, like, I will definitely keep this shit real with you, you know? Like, I will keep shit real and let you know, like, guys, this ain't it. Draw the line and then hold the line, says Devil Shooter. All right, we got the bad hombre saying very entertained with all these Xbox refugee podcasts. Hearing these nerds complain about plastic is amazing. I'll tell you right now, man, if Sony announced tomorrow that they're not making consoles anymore, I'd have to have a moment of freak out. Like, I had to be like, no fucking way. What the fuck, Sony? This is bullshit. And there'd be like at least a couple days of me being like, I can't believe they chose to do this. But then I'd just circle back around and be like, well, anyway, when's Ghost of Tsushima 2 getting announced? You know what I mean? Where it's like, it's just the reality of it, man. It's like when people say you're going to quit gaming. And I can respect people. I saw some Xbox fans being like, I'll go down with the ship. I'm like, bro, you're not on a ship. You're not going to die. It's okay. Like, I know what you're saying. I get it. I can respect it. You know, it's like, hey, you want to stay until whatever the end is, whatever people consider the end point. Admit it, you would freak out if Sony did this. Oh, it would. Yeah, no, I would freak out. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie about that. I don't think I would like. I don't want to make it sound like I'd be like on the same level as some of these people out there. I definitely wouldn't. Like, dude, some people are just taking things too far. I mean, look, I would take a baseball bat to my PS5, but not. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, dude. No, I would definitely be like, whoa. It would be like fucking shocked Pikachu face up in here for a while. Like, what the fuck just happened? But oh yeah, dude. Yes, Devil Shooter, you're saying they crushed you with the out of context clip saying I would quit gaming. Yeah, dude. That shit's just funny to me because like, I thought you were gonna quit gaming. Like, you know what? If I ever had any idea, if there was ever a chance I was going to quit gaming, it's you motherfuckers that are going to keep me around. No, dude. To be honest, like, there's nothing that could get me. I could say, and I think that this is just a lot of people do this. It's human nature at times. I could say, oh, I'm done. I'm not supporting that or whatever. And I'm out. And maybe even for a little bit you are. But then at some point, it's like you begin to realize, like, nothing changed. You just have one less thing in your life, you know? And it's like, all right, well, I guess maybe I can still, you know what I mean? It's like when people say, if gaming goes all digital, are you going to quit gaming? And some people say, I mean, I don't know if I believe people when they say this, but some people are like, no, I would quit gaming. And I'm like, all right, I could respect that, but I just doubt it. Like, if you're really into gaming, I think you could be an angry gamer, an annoyed gamer that like, this isn't exactly how I want it to be. I remember it being different and it was better. But it's like, I don't see myself ever actually quitting games unless it's something truly like next level where it's like the only way you can play games is you got to get a chip implanted in your brain or some shit. Like, then I'd be like, okay, maybe I'm out. You know? You're holding Gaming Survivor says, yes, MBG, I will quit. I'm holding the physical line now. Well, that's where I'm trying to walk the path that I feel like is most reasonable for me, which is my path is I'm going to buy my games physically until I cannot anymore. And I will use my platform to encourage others to buy their games physically for as long as I can. And if the end result is 10 or 15 years from now, you can no longer buy games physically, I will talk about it a lot and be very upset about it and talk about how this is the worst outcome we could have asked for. And I will also be excited for probably the next PlayStation exclusive or first party title and play that shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's just that is my reality, dude. Oh, Metal Gear fucking Solid 4 is being remade for the PlayStation 7 and it's digital only. Yeah, I'm going to buy it and play it. I don't want Sony to know that, so I'm not going to send them that message. I'm going to send them the opposite message, where if Konami remakes Metal Gear Solid 4 or remasters it for PS5 and there's a physical copy, I'm going to buy that physical copy. That's the message I'm going to send Sony. I don't want Sony to know that I care about games that much. You're on the internet saying you'd buy it, LOL. I'm just kidding. I take that back. I would never support that. I will quit gaming, and I will make sure everybody who watches my channel is going to think about quitting gaming too if you go all digital, okay? You can't call our bluff, even though I just made it incredibly easy to do so. Drive by Joe. You're saying, can PlayStation legally keep Game Pass off of the console if Microsoft drops out of the console business? Yes. Yes, they can. It's Sony's platform. They do not have to put, they don't have to put anything on their platform that they don't want to. As far as I'm aware, it's their choice. It's their platform. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know if there's something that can go beyond that where it's well, actually, technically, I don't think so. But I think Sony can just simply say it's our platform, and we get to decide what is on it and what is not. Yeah, it's just like any store or anything like that. Oh my God, Chris Brown. So that's my assumption. If somebody knows, or if I'm wrong, somebody let me know. We have a fifth or a fief. I don't know if I'm saying your name correctly. You're saying, I don't know. Didn't Apple just have to put Google Play on? Yeah, see, that's where I don't know, dude. That's where I'm saying I guess my assumption is they don't have to, but maybe there are certain levels to it where it's if you're that big and you're the only one. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't think about that, actually. That's a great question where maybe this is some kind of crazy play by Microsoft to forcefully get Game Pass on the PlayStation. I don't know. Yeah, the more I think about it, maybe it isn't that simple. I guess I just see it that simple now because Xbox hasn't made any announcements, right? And they aren't third party. So it's just so difficult for me to imagine Sony somehow ending up in a position where it's you have to put Game Pass on here. You don't have a choice anymore. It just seems so weird to me. A fief or a fifth, you're saying Microsoft will lose a lot of money if people stopped using their digital store. Console sales matter because of the ecosystem and the digital store. Well, here's the thing. You're absolutely correct. I think we do need to take a step back. Sometimes it's easy. Well, I have to take a step back. Sometimes it's easy to just kind of see things in such a broad way, not broad, in such a detailed way. And you get so involved in these detailed conversations that it's you're losing the broad view of it. What we have to understand is that Microsoft is going to fuck around and find out. And maybe that wasn't the best terminology to use because that always assumes it's going to end badly, but they're going to see. They're going to poke the bear, so to speak, and see what happens. And what I mean by this is logic and common sense tells you that you can't do this successfully. You cannot go third-party multi-platform and make a console and have your own storefront and find success in both areas. One will lose out to the other. And it's very likely that your console and your own storefront and ecosystem will be the thing that loses out. But I think this is the fuck around, find out strategy where they're just you know what? Screw it. Let's just find out ourselves. Let's see what happens. Here's what I think. I think the reason why they're so eager to fuck around and find out is because they don't care. They've already assessed the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is what you do kills your console and your storefront. If not your storefront, just it makes your ecosystem the least desirable one. And that's not where people are buying or playing your games. And I think the way that they've kind of offset this or said is that worth risking is, well, okay, what happens then? Here's what happens for Microsoft. We are exiting the console market. We are just going to keep a bare bones ecosystem going for people who have sunk cost. And now we are 100% like aggressively becoming a third party publisher that is looking to make all of our money going forward on every other device, on every other platform. And that's where we're going to make the bulk of our money. They're already there, dude, with Activision. And imagine if they try to buy somebody else. It's like, I guess I'm just saying that they're going to try to walk two paths at one time, and one has a fucking pitfall with spikes underneath it, and the other is a path towards just more money than they ever could have imagined. And I think it's pretty obvious. Like, I think it's pretty obvious which path is the one that's like more money than you ever could imagine. I understand that they make a lot of money on their storefront, but dude, you remember that time? You remember that time that Jim Ryan was like, having successful live service games is like having a successful subscription service in and of itself? It's just like Call of Duty is the storefront, man. And you take the Call of Duty storefront and you put it everywhere on all consoles, on all platforms. And that storefront will make you probably more money than an actual storefront selling individual games and microtransactions. Keep in mind, Microsoft gets a 70% rip. 70% rip. To whereas they get a 30% rip from their own storefront from third parties. It's just, to me, it's the strategy here is so clear in that they just want to get that 70%. Like Microsoft seems to be totally okay giving up the 100% rip. That's the dream. The dream is 100%. We launch our own game on our own console, on our own storefront, on our own ecosystem. And any person who buys our game or interacts with our game or drops any money that's dropped on our game, we get 100%. 100%. They're trading that in to go down to 70%. So you got to give up that 30%, but you're going to hit numbers so high. You know what I mean? Like, it's a no-brainer. Give up that 30%. That's how I see it, man. That's absolutely. I'm telling you, I would not be at all surprised if by the time it's all said and done, it's made crystal clear by Microsoft that here's an Xbox console, here's Xbox Game Pass, and here's the Xbox ecosystem. We don't really care about it because that's not where we're planning on making the bulk of our money. But if you care about it, go ahead. We'll gladly take your money. But where their sites are really going to be focused is, but we care about publishing because that's where we're going to make all of our money. Like, we're going to make so much more money being a third-party publisher than we ever could have made over here because we already tried to make the money over there and it didn't work. That's what I really think. That's all it's going to boil down to, man. Is it's just a, my question. Listen, my question is, why would Microsoft not make another expensive console if they're a third-party publisher? Why? Like, why wouldn't they? Who the fuck? Who is it hurting? No one. It's not even hurting them because if they make a console, let's say Microsoft makes a $600 console. That's the price of their next console, and it's pretty powerful, pretty capable. That shit's not going to sell. They know that. We know that. Everybody knows that. It's not going to be a desirable product. But for those couple of million people or 10 million people who buy that Xbox, how does that hurt Microsoft? if they're making a profit on every Xbox console sold. It doesn't. It doesn't. Even when you consider that even if it's only 10 million people, hey, they might subscribe to Game Pass. I just think it's funny that you know what I think is the most comical thing is that people are screeching at Microsoft as if they don't know what they're doing. This isn't Team Xbox anymore, people. This is Microsoft. And believe me, Microsoft knows what they're doing. Like in terms of business and how to make money. There's a reason they're the most valuable company on the planet. That's why I think it's so funny that so many people are like, you don't know what you're doing. You're going to do irreparable damage. You're going to fuck up. You're saying Microsoft has no plan. Has a plan. I'm sure. Yeah, absolutely. I'm saying like you think that they're just doing this hoping? No. No, everything they did prior was for hoping. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I got a couple more super chats. Hold on. Guys, I'll be right back. I just got to go grab something. So hang tight. I want to read the rest of these super chats. All right. Sorry about that. Poo-poo alert? No. Yeah, I took a dump that fast, bro. All right. So let me continue on with these super chats. Game Station, you're heading out. I appreciate you stopping by, man. Supremacy 101, you're saying Sony, in fact, could be next or without the purchase of a publisher. Buying a publisher doesn't mean they're going third party. I think a happy medium isn't a bad thing. They too need to keep a healthy bottom line. Well, that's what I'm saying. Supremacy is that like we, like PlayStation fans, need to, I think, realize that it's more likely Sony will see the amount of money that Microsoft is making and think, man, we have to try to do that too, to a certain extent. It's more likely for Sony to do that than to become like a monopolistic villain that's like, we're going to price gouge everybody. And that's, I think, the truth, because we're already seeing Sony do that. Like, again, even just looking at Helldivers. Helldivers is like the first. Was that my wife that I was talking to? Yeah. Helldivers is like the first, as far as I'm aware, like day and date game. Like day one PC and PS5 game. And it's not doing bad. Well, I mean, I'm assuming it's not doing bad. It seems like it was off to a good start. And, you know, we're going to see more of that. I think the only real question is like, does Sony do that? Does Sony embrace going to any extent third party or more third party than they are with Steam with their single player games? Well, I don't know, man. I mean, I think about games like God of War and Horizon going to PC, going to Steam, and it's like, well, what's beyond that? Where else could it go? I mean, I'm serious. Like, what I know people are like, oh, the Xbox console, but it's like the Xbox console's done sales wise. It's just done. And it's capping out at like 25, 30 million. I don't think Sony looks at that as that's a risk worth taking. No, it's not. You don't even consider that. It's because it's like, why? Why would we even bother? You don't. The Nintendo Switch? I don't think so. I don't think so. So we'll see Supremacy. It'll be very interesting to pay attention to Sony after next week's announcement, see how they do or do not react. I'm sure Sony's going to be tuning in just as eager to know as the rest of us. Probably more so than the rest of us. Mobile? Yeah, I guess maybe that's the whole idea of expanding PlayStation Plus. Maybe through cloud. Zombie Fanatic, you're saying we need a new competitor to take Microsoft's place. Apple? Oh man, I can't even begin to imagine what Apple would be like in the console gaming space. No offense to any Apple fans, but I don't know about that one, dude. I don't know that the best I don't know. I don't think anybody's going to take Microsoft's place, but again, Microsoft's apparently not leaving hardware or console. So I don't think anybody's taking their place because I don't think there's going to be a need to. Let me ask you guys this question. I think this is a good question to ask. I want you to think about this generation from 2020 to February 2024. PS5, Xbox Series X and S. I want you to try to think about how much differently this generation would have went if at the start of it we knew that every Microsoft game was going to also release on PlayStation. What would change? Serious question. What would be different right now? And how dramatically would it be different? Sorry, I don't mean to just sit here with dead air. I'm just curious to see what you guys have to say. Xbox would be dead as a brand. We'd have 2 more games. Oh, wow. Savage. See, the reason why I'm thinking this is because I feel like nothing would be different. You know what? Here's the only thing that I think would be different. You ready? This is it. This is the only thing that I think would be different. I think both Xbox console sales and Game Pass subscribers would be lower than they currently are. How much lower? I don't think it matters. Now, I know what you might be thinking, whoa, MBG, that's a pretty big deal, though. I mean, what if Microsoft sold 10 million less consoles by this point? What if Microsoft had 10 million or 15 million less subscribers than they had at this point? Let me ask you, how would that matter? If Microsoft's already determined that this is a failure. If Microsoft said we need to be at least 40 million consoles halfway through this gen, we need to be at least 50 million Game Pass subscribers halfway, at the halfway point of this gen, and neither of those things are even remotely close. What difference does it make? We would have failed a little bit harder? Yeah, sure. But how much more money would we have made if games like Halo Infinite also launched on PlayStation? If games like Starfield also launched on PlayStation? If games like Forza Horizon 5 also launched on PlayStation? And games like Hi-Fi Rush launched on Switch? That's what we're looking at. I'm thinking about this so deeply because I'm beginning to realize, I know exactly at this point, how Microsoft is viewing this. Where it's of course, it all makes sense. What does it matter if you sell less consoles? What does it matter if you get less Game Pass subscribers when you're already at your failure point? It doesn't matter. I'm not saying it doesn't mean burn it all. It just means the priority has shifted because it had to. Time's up. We had to get we had to reach this number. And we didn't. We didn't even get close. My question is, how many people are going to unsubscribe from Game Pass if they find out that Xbox games are going to PlayStation? How many people unsubscribe from Game Pass? I don't think anybody does. Or hardly any. You want to know why? Because it's like, well, why did you subscribe in the first place? You didn't subscribe because these games are exclusive. You subscribed for the deal. You subscribed for the money you're going to save. Isn't that right? How many people are going to not buy Xbox consoles? That, I think that's done. I think you might see a massive drop off of, holy shit, they can't even sell 10 million units or something. That I could see happening, but it won't matter because it just doesn't. It just won't matter. I think the more I talk about it out loud, the more I run it, I run the different scenarios over and over. I think the more it becomes clear what's actually happening right now. Like exactly what's happening. The priority shifted from console to subscription to neither of those things working. Now it's shifting to publishing. Here's another question. Here's another fucking question, dude. And this is the real question that has to be asked. This is the end game question. Because I don't think anybody's even thinking about this. What happens if even this fails? What happens if Microsoft's like, we're bringing these games over, baby. Future games, we're third party now, and their games still fucking fail to sell. Like, it hardly moves the needle. What then? Oh, see, you want to talk about where the fear should really lie? The fear should not lie in what's going to happen to the Xbox console. The fear shouldn't lie in the ammunition that people are going to have to use against certain fan bases. None of that matter, or even Game Pass. That's not where the fear should lie. The fear should really lie in, dude, there's a great assumption happening right now that if these games go to these platforms, they're going to sell. And I don't know, man. At that point, you're looking at possibly the most, after, if we are entering next gen and it's it turns out that even us putting our games on competing consoles didn't matter. I think that's when you would see the end of Xbox as we know it. I don't know, man. That would be fucking crazy. You're saying that may happen. They're going up against high quality Sony Nintendo games. Well, I'm not saying I'm not an interesting case, but for me, I don't care if Halo comes to PlayStation. I don't care. I don't care if Gears comes to PlayStation. I'm not buying or playing those games. Avowed could come to PlayStation the day it launches. I don't care. Indiana Jones, maybe. Hellblade 2, sure. You see what I'm saying? It's like Blade, maybe, yeah. But I just realize, how many other people feel the exact same way I do? Where it's I didn't care about this game in the first place. That's why I didn't go out of my way to buy it. Or go to Game Pass. You know what I mean? I really do just wonder if more people feel that way than we realize. Because look at Sony, right? Sony's games seem so desirable. God of War, Horizon, games that are selling 10 million plus. And when they launch on PC, it's like they do pretty decent. They do pretty well. Like they sell a couple million, but it's like, okay, maybe that's a bad example because now that I think about it, selling a couple million copies years after you launch, that's actually pretty solid. All right, that was a horrible example. I guess I'm saying we could see it have the opposite effect. Like Hi-Fi Rush, for example. If Hi-Fi Rush goes to Nintendo Switch and PS5, like how well is it really going to do? Well, Microsoft's about to find out. We're going to find out together. Supremacy 101. Buying Square and keeping its IPs multiplat isn't a bad thing at all. To me, that's a cushion to their bottom line as they continue working on exclusive IPs. Yeah. I do think inherently Sony and Nintendo both kind of share this feeling of like, well, I don't know. Like I am hesitant to say this about Sony because dude, people told me and I thought the same thing for a while like Sony's not going to put all their games on PC. Like you're not going to see God of War on PC. You're not going to see The Last of Us on PC. Come on. Maybe just a couple games here and there. It's like no, it's the whole slate, man. The whole slate is making its way to PC at some point. You know, and it's like, oh. So this idea that I just think when we have to kind of change the way we view the nature of exclusives and how we have to try to see them the same way a corporate executive would view an exclusive. The only reason an exclusive would be an exclusive is if it's making you money that you otherwise wouldn't make. That's all that matters. And for Sony, it's like, okay, why didn't we launch Spider-Man 2 day one on PC? It's because Sony believes, and they're right to believe this, that Spider-Man 2 is going to convince many people, potentially millions of people, to buy their console. And once they buy that console, we got you. You're in our ecosystem now with our storefront. Please buy more games. Please subscribe. Please give us as much of your money. And so that there it is. It's exclusive because it has the potential to make them even more money than just a $70 sale. And it has worked for Sony. But the question, I guess, is like, maybe we've reached that point where it's like, okay, we kind of know how many consoles we're going to sell. Maybe 110 million, 120 million at most. But beyond that, we're probably not going to sell anymore. So there's like a ceiling that has seemingly been reached. My question is, if Microsoft does go full third party, how much is that going to boost PlayStation console sales, if at all? How many people who would have otherwise bought Xboxes are going to buy a PS5? I don't know. Disco Cobra 2013 with another $20 super chat. Thank you so much, buddy. You're saying, what do you think is more likely? Xbox going full digital or they release a Switch-like portable before PlayStation? I know it's pure speculation, but I'm curious. Also, I didn't hear your thoughts on Helldivers 2. Sorry. That's okay. Just very quick, my thoughts on Helldivers 2, keep it as brief as I possibly can. It's fun. It feels pretty good to play. I like the shooting mechanics. I like everything about it except right now the fact that I'm having trouble matchmaking with anybody. When I played, there seemed to be like something kind of wrong with the servers, and the game did crash on me twice. So it's more of like the technical side of it. I'm a little bit annoyed with it, but for the time that I did play some solo missions, I really like it. It's difficult. I will say, like it requires more strategy than I expected. So I feel like I'm in a learning phase right now where I have to really get adjusted to this game and figure out how it all comes together. But the stratagems are awesome, by the way. Forgot to mention that. Dude, using the orbital strike or whatever stratagem is so satisfying where you just throw your it looks almost like a grenade or something, but it marks where it's going to be shot down from, and it just fucking decimates an entire horde of bugs and shit. Very satisfying. What do I think is going to be more likely? Xbox going fully digital or they release a Switch like portable before PlayStation? honestly, between the two, I think them going fully digital is more likely to happen. I think both are going to happen, Disco Cobra. I think we're going to see them go full digital, but I also think we are going to see them release some kind of portable handheld Switch like thing. If not a Switch like thing, just a handheld in general that's going to be Xbox branded or Microsoft branded. But yeah, just seeing how aggressive they seem to be getting in shifting away from hold on, shifting away from physical. I think that's going to happen first. In fact, I don't know. Some people are speculating that Microsoft's basically going to announce at this business meeting that they're going all digital, and that to me is like, oh, that's gonna suck. I'll tell you know what actually, you know what? Hold on, I take that back. You know what? Hold on. I'm going to reverse this actually. Well, hold on. I don't know. This brings up the question: is Microsoft going to release physical versions of these Xbox games? Surely they will, right? Like, you're especially for the Switch. Like, you have to, right? No, you think they're see that to me that would be so stupid of Microsoft. Where it's like you're gonna go third party, you're gonna bring some of these games for Switch. Yes, they have to keep making physical games if they're gonna be a third party publisher. That would be so weird. To me, that would be truly bizarre if Microsoft thinks that they're gonna not only come over to publish their games on PlayStation, Nintendo, but not do physical copies. It's like, dude, especially with the Switch, people like buying physical games, man. So Disco Cobra, it's a good question. It's a good question, man. And thank you so much for the super chat, bud. We got Kipford saying people going down with the Xbox ship while I'm dying on the HK Silent Hill. I think it's safe to say, Kipford, that you may already be dead on that hill. Unfortunately. Sorry, man. It's okay, though. I can respect it. It's all good, Kipford. And we have, let me see, Anonymous Boss saying, yo, MBG, listen to this. Those executives at Microsoft are nothing dumb. And I would bet you 1,000% Microsoft would do anything to buy Rockstar. I believe that. The Rockstar portion, I definitely believe that. Yeah. I think one of the biggest reasons for this is Microsoft is absolutely planning. Like, they've made the decision, like, we need to pursue another publisher. Yeah. Yep. All will be revealed in just a couple days, man. Next week, the week of all weeks. But guys, I think this is where I come to an end with this stream. I am feeling abnormally tired today. I do apologize. I don't know if that has come across on the stream, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to see what's going on in the next couple of days because I feel strangely tired today. My guess is I think I'm burning myself out. I've been I've been really pushing myself with streaming, video making, but also working out like crazy and doing a bunch of other shit. Like I think I've just been going nonstop, and I think it's catching up with me because I feel like shit right now. Like I don't feel sick or anything. I just feel fucking exhausted. And I even, I didn't even realize it was almost 4 hours. Really quick though, Josh Z with the $10 super chat saying, So MBG being new to Final Fantasy VII, how did you react to Sephiroth's fall from grace? If Square Enix does not win Game of the Year for Rebirth, I don't think it will ever happen for modern Final Fantasy. Yeah, so I didn't get to talk about that, and again, probably just because my mind is so distracted by what's going on with Microsoft. But I did play the demo, and it was really interesting like I wasn't expecting that, to be honest. I didn't think that it was gonna like just kind of show you straight up like this is why Sephiroth is the big bad guy. And it's weird because it's like I didn't think it was amazing in the sense that like the feeling it left me with is there's still a lot missing here, right? Like that's what I was thinking where it's like, okay, I'm getting a better idea of what's going on. Like I'm not going to spoil anything, but playing that part I'm like, okay, this definitely helps explain certainly more about Cloud, more about Sephiroth. But I also just kept getting this kind of feeling the whole time where I'm like, it still feels like something is really off here and there's like a big piece of the puzzle or something totally missing because I'm not fully sold yet. Like, like that's I guess what I'm basically trying to say, Josh, is like it feels like they came out and they're like, check this out. This is what happened. Explains it all, right? Like now you totally get it. And I'm like, mostly, but pretty sure there's still something lurking underneath the surface here that's still not being fully revealed. And I guess that makes sense because it's not the end of the game or anything, So I liked it. It was cool. I was not expecting it. I don't I don't think this is a spoiler. I'll just put a spoiler warning just in case. But I I'm just giving it a second so anybody can leave who doesn't want anything spoiled. I uh I thought it was awesome that you could play as Sephiroth. I feel like that was in the marketing, wasn't it? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that. That's why I'm not sure if it's a spoiler or not. But I thought that was really awesome because he felt kind of overpowered in a little bit, and I guess that was maybe intentional. But I really liked his move set, and yeah, man, I'm excited to get back into this game. It seems like there's gonna be a ton of content, and they're even updating the demo, which is nice. So yeah, I really enjoyed the demo. I think it was really smart of them to put the demo out. I think it's gonna I think it's gonna sell a lot more copies of the game. You're saying you think it's gonna have to be game of the year. If not, you don't think it's gonna happen. I could see this game being nominated for game of the year. I don't know if it'll win, but I absolutely think it'll be nominated for sure. So yeah, Josh, I really enjoyed it. I did have to play it in the 30 FPS fidelity mode though, to be honest. I couldn't it just looks too good. So Josh, thank you so much for your super chat, man. And I guess this is where I will bring this stream to an end. Unfortunately, guys, I'll be honest with you. I am not up to doing a members launch today. I got to get some rest. I got to figure out why I'm feeling so shitty and so drained. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to end the stream. I'm going to take it easy for the day, see how I feel tomorrow. Probably won't do a stream tomorrow. I'm thinking right now the next stream I'll do is on Sunday. And my plan is to definitely do a members lounge. Dallas, you're saying you've been hearing some stuff about me. What have you been hearing about me, Dallas? Just out of curiosity. In conclusion, we'll see if I end up streaming tomorrow. We'll see. I'm trying my best to start making some more videos. Nothing good, I'm sure. I'm just curious because it's like, yeah, that it sounds ominous. Like I'm with you, Devil Shooter. Probably nothing good. In conclusion, Xbox sucks. In the original Sephiroth, you could play as too. I didn't know that. Well, anyway, guys, that does it. I want to give you guys a big thank you. 26 members, a lot of super chats. Thank you so much for all of the support. Really, it means a lot. I'm only able to do this because you guys show support. So I really appreciate it. I almost forgot. You heard that I'm a part of Sony? Oh shit, dude. I've been made. I've been made. It's been compromised. Gotta end the stream now. Delete the channel. I was never here. I wish, man. Fuck. If I was a part of Sony, I would actually have. If I was a part of Sony, I would have a fucking idea of what's going on over there. Okay? I wish. No members lounge today. I do apologize. I'm really not feeling great. So it'll just do more damage to me if I try to push myself to do that. But we are going to do a members lounge very soon. All right. We'll do another episode probably on Sunday. So look forward to that. But shout out to Devil Shooter for doing the timestamps. Guys, do me one last favor as you're heading out. Hit that like button for me. I'd really, really appreciate that. But anyway, I'm going to go get some rest. So look out for some videos from me or some other content in between the streams. And I will catch all of you guys in the next proper stream. So thank you. And I will catch you all in the next one. So until then, take care, everyone. Can't believe they found out I'm secretly a part of Sony. Thought it was hidden so well.